Hello, welcome back to the Lichess broadcast commentary for round 12 of the candidates both for Open and Women's Section 2024 in Toronto, Canada. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and again today I'm so pleased, I'm so happy to be joined by my two beautiful commentators, International Master Laura Unuk and Grandmaster Felix Blohberger. Hello guys, how are we doing today?
Hello.
Hi, great to be here.
Great to be here
Always.
too. Yes, and today we have, wow, the tension is getting higher and higher, Laura, because we are on round number 12 out of the 14th round scheduled. And everything is at stakes right now. Everything is at stakes. We have two sole leaders in both open and women's section, but that doesn't mean that they're going to win the competition in easy manner because everyone will try to catch up. Everyone will be just very closely behind them and yeah, try to get the first place as much as they can. What do you think about the whole thing,
Oh,
Laura?
yeah. It's going to be so tough, obviously. I mean, Jan is leading by half a point, but we saw yesterday. Yesterday was such a crucial day because Nakamura won with black pieces against Pragnananda. Gukesh drew, and we were all thinking, oh, Naka is finally going to be co-leading the tournament. Yeah, it's time. And then Pomnia, she was like, oh, no, I'm not letting you that easily. And even though it was very Joy's position, and he could have played maybe even safer, but at the end he really pushed and pushed. And honestly, I would have lost with white pieces like we did as well, because I feel like it was really clean. But of course, if you're not looking at the engine, it looked like he was better all the time, but no, it was absolutely a draw, but of course, very hard position to play. So I'm excited to see today's games.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, that was probably one of the highlights of the day, that game FIDE versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. But also yesterday, we've seen so many mistakes, so many inaccuracies, both in open and women's sections. We see a very, unenergetic play by Abbasov as well, although it might not really be affecting the whole leaderboard, but still, we'd like to see every single game like as a very good fighting game. And Felix, what do you think what's gonna happen today? Will we see any fireworks again? Because yesterday, well, our initial guess, especially the game between Pragnananda Hikaru, let's say, it's gonna be another draw. And turns out that Hikaru won with black pieces and momentarily co-lead with Gukesh before, as Laura mentioned, Ian Nepomniachtchi took over and then won the game against FIDE. So what do you think what's going to happen today?
Well, now, as we said, we're in the final stage of the tournament, so I think we will see a lot of risk taking today, since players are trying to catch up to the leader Nepomniachtchi now. So I think we will have a lot of fighting chess today, especially from, for example, Fabiano Caruana, who really needs to win some games now to catch up, having the white pieces today. So I think we will see a lot of pushing today for the full point.
Yes, I suspect so because we only have 3 rounds to go. This is time to unleash all your preparation. If you still have some hidden secret, all of the variation, just unleash them because now it's the time. And without further ado, let's see the standings of the open section. In the first place, we have Ian Nepomniachtchi with 7 points out of 11. He is currently the only player in the candidates, both in open and women's section, who hasn't suffered any loss yet. So this is a very incredible performance by Ian, not only leading, but also maintaining the lead without any losses. And on the shared second place, we have Gukesh and Hikaru with 6.5. Fabiano is on the clear fourth with 6, and Pragnananda with 5.5, FIDE with 5, Alireza with 4.5, and Nijat Abbasov with 3 points. And what do we have on today's pairings? We have a very interesting matchups coming up today between Hikaru versus Alireza and Nijat versus Gukesh, Fabiano versus FIDE, and also this is, I think, the most anticipated matchups is Ian versus Pragnananda, the leader of the open section, and also Pragnananda, I think, is in the clear fifth, yeah, after Fabiano. And what do you think of today's pairings, Laura? Which one do you think is going to be the most interesting one? Well, we see so many interesting games every single
Yeah.
round, and sometimes those are the games that quite unexpected to be ended up as a fiery and decisive game. So, which one do you pick for today's favorite?
Oh man, it's how can you ask me such question? Pick one. I mean, okay, let's start with Hikaru versus Firouzja. I mean, there's gonna be fireworks everywhere. Hikaru wants the title. He wants to only first place count. So with white pieces, I think he will try because Firouzja is not doing so amazingly in this tournament. And I think it's fair that he pushes. Then on the second one, we have Abaso versus Gukesh. Gukesh also only trailing half a point behind Nepomniachtchi.
Right.
So, I mean, also he will try with black pieces. Then, of course, Fabi needs to win if he wants the title as well. And, of course, the leader, Nepomniachtchi versus one of the most interesting players in the preparation this tournament, Pragnananda with black pieces. We saw Pragnananda almost beat Jan was it in the Petrov or something similar?
In the Petrov, yes. Or
Yeah.
Exchange French, maybe.
Yeah,
they kind of
kind
like
of.
starting with
Kind of
Petrov
that,
and
yeah.
ended up with Exchange French, yes.
Yeah, and like Prague almost beat him back then. So let's see what he has in store today. So if I have to pick one, oh my God. Okay, one game. I'm just gonna go for Naka versus Firouzja, just because I think this one is going to be the most fireworky today.
Oh,
good pick. And what about you, Felix?
Yeah, Naka against Alireza will definitely be something to watch out for. I'm also curious to see how Vidit will manage to come back after yesterday's very painful loss. So that's also definitely one game to have an eye on. Fabiano against Vidit.
Yeah, I would say those two are quite my favorite, but I'm also looking forward to see if Pragnananda will be able to stop the leader. And then, as I mentioned before, that Ian is the only one who hasn't suffered any loss yet. So he's been playing a very, very phenomenal chess. Of course, with some lucks too in some games where he was losing, but he managed to come back to draw the game or even to win the game. So I think these three matches we are going to keep an eye, but also maybe Abasov showed a very, very uncharacteristic game yesterday. And sometimes when you're playing without any burdens, you somehow got like the better out of yourself, the better version of yourself. So maybe if Abasov could already release all the mental burdens or pressure that maybe he's currently having right now, he might be playing a very, very good chess. So I'm still going to anticipate some upsets from Abasov. He has 3 rounds to go, and I'm hoping that in one of the rounds he could somehow pull at least one win. So we'll keep an eye on all the games, of course. And in the women's section, yesterday was quite a roller coaster event as well, and we managed to have another sole leader. Tanzongi is back on the lead with 7.5, followed by Litinje with 7, and it's it's a bit different to the open section, the standing that we see right now, that the third place, it's 5.5. It's very far away from Litinje on 7, and even to Tanzongi with 7.5. And I watched an interview by Litinje, and she was a very, very humble person, and then she said in the interview that okay, as long as it's Tanzongi or myself, the title will not go out of China. So she has less pressure now. That's a very good approach, a very I would say patriotic. She's not really minding who's gonna come up as the winner, herself or her fellow Chinese player Tanzongi, as long as the title stays in China. And we also have a good comeback by Faishali, winning 2 games in a row. Whether she's still in the contestation or not, I don't think so, because with 3 rounds to go, if she wins all the games, it's only 7.5, and maybe all the top players, or I mean on the top field, they are also gaining at least half a point. So it's not really affecting so much for the midfield. I mean the lower field for Anna, Faishali, and Salimova. But I hope they still show their best chess. And let's see what we have today on the pairings for the women. It's a very dangerous pairings now for the leaders, especially the 2 Chinese players here. Caruana is a very experienced player, and she's going to take on Li Tingjie this round. We also have Nurgül Salimova versus Tan Zhongyi, the leader. Nurgül is always the dark horse of the tournament. She is quite unpredictable, and she's playing with white pieces. That makes her even more dangerous. And we also have Anna Muzichuk versus Faishali. Faishali just make 2 wins in a row and then making a very great comeback, and we'll see who between them is going to emerge as the winner. And we also have Alexander Gochkina versus Conor Hampi. Alexander Gochkina, on the contrast to Faishali, she suffered 2 losses in a row, and today she'll be playing with white pieces, and she's gonna take on Conor Hampi, a very experienced player. This match is going to be very interesting. Felix, which match in this 4 pairings that do you think will end as a decisive game?
And as a decisive game, that's very hard to judge. I really hope that Anna Muzichuk will get a win at some point in the tournament, because especially, for example, yesterday as well, she really deserved the win,
Yes.
but was really unlucky in the end. So I'm really rooting for her. Obviously, I'm also rooting for Vaishali, who showed very great fighting spirit in the last few rounds, especially. But I think for the tournament standings, we should definitely keep a look on the Chinese players in this round.
Yeah, definitely. Now it looks like it's a race between Tang Zhongyi versus and Li Tingjie, because they are leading by quite a huge gap of points to the next player in the standing. And Laura, do we have, or what do you think? Are we going to have a surprise winner? Because it feels like Tan Zhongyi has been leading since the first round, and then somehow, okay, she co-lead with others, but now she's taking back the sole lead again. So do you think Tan Zhongyi will emerge as the winner of the candidates, or do you think it will be somebody else?
Yeah, my guess is between Tan and Lei, just because Goryachkina now lost 2 games in a row, if I'm correct, which is a big surprise to all of us who follow her chess career. So given that, I think that it's hard to expect somebody else to win except Lei or Tan. We saw Lei play in the World Championship match already, so maybe it's time to switch the Chinese player just for fun. But like you said, I was extremely surprised when I listened to Lei's interview, and she was absolutely happy if Tan wins instead of her, just because, it means a lot for chess in China. And she also said that losing a World Championship match was something she doesn't regret. Like, it's something that she learned from so much. And I was very, very positively surprised by her mindset. So I am also cheering for her after listening to this interview.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very nice approach by her, very patriotic. And as we speak, we have a liftoff in all the games. So let's take a look. Which game are we going to take a look, Felix? I see some opening surprise actually in one of the games. So I just want to see what Felix's pick.
Well, we have another exchange French, but I think it's getting kind of boring by now. So I think this H6 by Gukesh might be
I was
interesting
about to
have a
mention,
look at.
let's
very
get to
curious.
that game. So it's between Abasu versus Gukesh. So this is when I saw it on the board, I was like, ooh, wait a second. It's almost like the Sicilian on the 6th move in the Knight of that you can basically play anything. But after Queen C to H6, To be honest, I've never seen this move for this game, Felix.
Well, h6, I've seen that this move is possible. It's actually always a useful move since white often wants to play bishop g5 in the Nimzo, in the queen c2 Nimzo. So it always takes out this option for white. But I guess e4 could also be an option for white, just immediately grabbing the center. And I'm also curious to see what Gukesh would have planned after the normal move knight f3 or a3 simply. And then
so many
it's-
options in this type of Nimzo for both sides actually. But again, after h6, it's like giving white choices on all those options that Felix just mentioned. That f3 is there, a4 is there, a3 is there, and those three moves are very heavily played in many games in the Nimzo as well. So this might not be something that's necessarily good because, well, novelty, some surprise, well, they have this element of surprise to shock your opponent, to get them out of preparation as soon as they can. But again, you have to try to prove that this is a good and a very decent move to be played. So I don't think there's much to be said yet, right, Laura? Because we are still on move number 4. We're just showing that, okay, Gukesh just played a very unusual move h6, which gives white time to do anything that he wants. But also, we're looking forward to seeing what Gukesh had prepared with this h6, because I'm sure he had prepared all of these options with white pieces.
For sure. For sure.
And we have so many things. We have Catalan. We have open Rulapes. I'm just quickly seeing
I would
it.
like to say in open and women section together we have 3 French defenses. So that's a lot for one round. I'm surprised by that.
And I'm not too surprised that Fabi plays Italian against FIDE, because no surprise at all here. So let's quickly take a look what they have on the first few moves. So d3, d6, very symmetrical, and a4 and bishop a7, and here white is still thinking. Again, what do you think, Felix? Not much to be said yet?
Yeah, this is one of the main tabias of the Italian. So there are many different setups. Usually, white aims to push b4 at some point, grabbing space on the queen side. So this is usually white's main plan, and black often aims to regroup the knight from c6 to g6 via e7. So these are like the main ideas.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so Laura, now your pick next. Which one would you like to look at?
Okay, so we can jump to Naka game just because queen a4 is on the board. Okay, first of all, there was an exchange French, and I'm not going to discuss that. But let's continue with c5, bishop e7, and queen a4, which is interesting way of playing. Felix, do you know anything about this?
Yeah, I've seen this move before. I think the point is, however black wants to stop this check, it's not perfect. For example, after bishop d7, I guess queen b3 is the point, and now the pawn on b7 would be hanging. So it kind of puts black in a uncomfortable position how to defend this check. I think there are still quite a few games which have been played here, so definitely a good idea by Nakamura, and it seems like Firuza is being surprised here.
And let's continue how to block the check with other pieces too, yeah? We have 3 other pieces to block the check, and we have knight c6, for example. And how are you going to continue this? Knight e5, bishop b5, maybe knight e5, yeah?
That's a fair question. Knight b5, I guess bishop d7 is the idea.
And you can take the bishop, that's what I thought, maybe.
Okay.
And then queen takes, and I don't know, play with the pair of bishop, but again, this is still
or just bishop b5 again.
A good choice for black as well. So I was just looking and trying to see one by one. So we also have, okay, this is I think the most I don't know. This maybe is interesting as well because how do you do? Because I want to just castle rook here and then maybe transfer the knight to f8 and then be flexible, maybe going to g6 and so on. So this is also, I think, quite logical to be played just to block this check in this manner. And the normal move as well, c6. Maybe the drawback of this move is bishop f4, yeah? Immediately. Could be, but
Oh, you want to take on b8 in queen a7. You want to take all the pawns.
Additionally, I would like to take the knight, but if the knight somehow moves like this, then maybe I just play some sort of London with h3 now in case of knight h5, let's say, and then put the bishop here and then castle. And what I mean is I have a pretty good diagonal for the bishop. So, and what else? Oh, bishop d7 is already played.
On the board, yeah.
And Felix mentioned that this is quite uncomfortable for black because if queen b3 happens, right? But
You played queen c2, right?
he played queen c2.
I want to mention somebody in the chat checked the games, and Bakro played this with white a few times, and apparently he won with queen c2 and he drew with queen b3. So he might be following some games of Etienne there.
Wow, our chat is not only very attentive in tactics or some mating attack, but also very, having this eagle eye for the opening approaches. Nice. So what happened if queen b3? I just want to try to understand this position.
I thought maybe b6.
Just b6,
yeah?
And you don't have this option to push the pawn to b4 to strengthen your pawn on c5. So maybe if b6 now, is this an idea? Because then there is a5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but maybe he just wants to take on b6 instead of b4. And the queen is better on c2, arguably.
Like this,
Yeah, possibly having taking an eye on the pawn on c7.
Okay, so maybe I can play bishop f4 first, and then maybe c5?
c5, I think, should be the best.
And then we can play knight c3 and then somehow get this square for either of the piece, yeah? Okay, still quite a long game for sure. And let's take a look the other one as well, our leader game, Ian Bominachi versus Pragnananda. And now that I mentioned this, we have many French exchange. Oh, okay. So knight c3 and knight e7 right away, because normally you would like to develop your bishop on f8 first, before committing to knight e7. But maybe it's gonna be just a transposition, or what do you think, Laura? What's gonna happen in this one?
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. I hate exchange French, so like I said, I would not like to comment too much on the opening choices here. But yeah, of course, it transposes from the Petrov, like we saw already a few times. And this a3,
it looks weird.
It looks weird, but also knight c6 is not really a place where you want to put the knight. Of course, it's an opening move. Yes, it is, but usually if you go knight c6, then you want to long castle, I think, with black. So something like bishop g4, queen, let's say d7, and long castle, and then some attacking ideas on the king side, Felix, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's very often an idea, and then we often see like opposite castling, often leading to very sharp play.
So that's why a3, so white is quickly ready for b4 when he needs to, right? Also, that's an idea.
That's an idea, and I think he wants to prepare bishop d3 without allowing knight b4. I think this is the point. So, for example, if he would start with bishop d3 instead of a3, then knight b4 could be unpleasant, maybe.
Oh, that makes sense. Yes.
Okay, so we finally figured the puzzle of this a3 because, so the idea is just to try to play bishop d3, in a more comfortable manner, because otherwise knight b4 is there. I mean, if if what we're going to see is an opposite castles, then
Yes.
it's a war.
Then.
Yeah, it's a war. So that's gonna be very interesting. So bishop f5 is on the board. So I assume next move should be something like queen d7,
Yeah.
castle, maybe here, and then start attacking in the king side like this. Yeah. So we will see. It's gonna be interesting. But also, if I'm not mistaken, white is capable of doing the long castle himself too, right? Am I mistaken?
No, you're not. I think you're right.
Yeah.
And that's something I'm sad about right now. We want opposite castles, and we know we want to see the attacking game.
Yes. Okay. So no, this is gonna be interesting. It's Ian is leading by half a point, but also he cannot be relaxed. But I think his approach has been quite not only universal but also very calm, because he's not really looking for so much friction in the earlier of the game. He's just playing very solid chess and then not risking too much, like half a point is good. Okay, except the games when he was playing against Pragnananda and Firouzja, yeah, where he was actually having a worse position. But the rest of the games, he was enjoying his games, and maybe this one is, he's not aiming so much. He's leading anyway. He's not going to risk it. Half a point is fine. But at the same time, we also see how FIDE collapsed yesterday, when the game looks like quite a drawish game, and there was actually a moment where both of them could have repeated, but FIDE declined the repetition and then continued with something else, and that went backfire to him. So yeah, actually this is the strategy that it is important for you to have in order to win the tournament, such a important tournament like the candidates. So not only the preparation but also strategy, game by game. And bishop e3 is on the board. Laura, I might be seeing a long castle too for white here.
Yeah, we might see that. I guess something like queen d7 is very natural move here, but black doesn't have to castle long yet. So maybe if white decides to long castle, black could potentially also decide to short castle just to make things interesting, especially because a3 is already on the board, which makes, some interesting ideas for the future. But bishop e3, I think, is very logical because it also asks black the question, okay, where are you going? I'm gonna follow you around. Especially because this knight is on e7 now. So developing the f8 bishop becomes slightly difficult. I'm thinking if black would ever consider going g6 or going h6 g5 even in this position, just to put the bishop on the g7 square, but it's something that Prague knows and I don't, so I would let him decide what's best for him.
Felix, quick question. Are we playing some waiting game here in this position? Like white is waiting for black to show where he is gonna castle and vice versa. Could it be the game?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because then bishop e3 is kind of it's a thematic move as well, that you can play with long castle, you can play with short castle. Yeah, and maybe another move is queen d2. It is also a waiting move. Somehow you're waiting, or you're preparing for the long castle, but it's also a good move if you're deciding to go for short castle. So we might actually see all these little moves with queen d2, maybe h3. This is also a very important move, a very useful one, right? And then see where this bishop is going, maybe to b5, like this depends on where the king is, or maybe you just put it on e2, which is also quite flexible. So yeah, there's a staring contest here between the two kings, like, hey, where are you going? I'm gonna follow you, or I'm gonna go for the opposite direction. So well, these players, they're playing some trick minds.
Oh
Totally.
yeah, this can develop in interesting way, but yes, like you said, it can also develop in a very boring way. If the players want to be boring, they can be boring. That's allowed. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm slightly surprised that Jan played the exchange French so quickly. There's so many interesting lines in the French. White can literally play anything. Even bishop d3 instead of taking on d5 is a move. So I guess Jan wants to play it safe today. Maybe also he did not expect. No, okay, he should have expected the French because
Pragnananda
he
played
it. Yeah.
in this tournament. Yeah. Yeah. What?
Okay.
What do you think of his opening choice, Felix? Like, well, Pragnananda has been playing French a few times in this tournament, and as Laura mentioned, Ian could have had or could have chosen other variation apart from the exchange, like what he did right now to fire up the board, but he didn't. So, what do you think could be the, I don't know, like psychological reason behind it?
I really like Jan's strategy because kind of the pressure is on his opponents to catch up. So he just plays it safe. Just like in Vidit's game, we saw Vidit was pushing and pushing for the full point. Jan was defending, and in the end, he got chances. So I think this will be his strategy for the remaining games as well, since his opponents have to win, and he has the nice option of just playing it safe and letting his opponents show his cards. Show their cards.
Yeah, totally. Pragnananda is on the same situation as Fabiano. Like if they would like to still be considered or to be counted as the candidate letter, the winner of the candidate, they have to somehow win at least one of these three games because they have to catch up with the leader, with Ian. And as Ian himself, it's a very good strategy not to over push, not only in the game but also in the preparation. So he must have expected the French, and then he just went for the exchange variation intentionally. That has minimum risk to White's position. Yeah, I don't know about the statistics, but it's been known that if you play the exchange variation as White, it's almost like no risk in your position. So very good strategy by Ian. We'll keep an eye on this. And meanwhile, in the women's section, we still have a very solid. How do you call this structure? Felix, I played this as black, but I don't know the exact name or the official name of this one. I mean, it started out as Reti, but then how it develops, I don't know. Maybe it has a different name, but it is a very common position to be playing for both sides. Do you know?
I guess you could call it a reverse London, maybe.
Reverse London.
Maybe, yeah.
That doesn't sound fun.
Yeah,
Can we call it something more fun?
Yeah, so
Irene, do you want this opening to be named after you? We can call it Irene.
No. I'm sure there's maybe somebody in the chat can help us about what's the official name of this opening.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Ratty, but then it looks like it's a bit of English, but then yeah. Then also like
Somebody
it's
will
London.
tell us.
Yeah,
they're experts here.
Yeah, so
the English London.
Yeah, could be the English London. I don't know. It's So anyway, so this is a very solid approach as black, I would say. I mean, there's almost nothing. There's almost no weaknesses in both sides of the color. So CD5 has been played, which is curious to me because I think this is an okay time to take on b3 if d5 was already captured like this, because you cannot take on b3 if the pawn is still here for some reason. Maybe I remember it wrongly, but anyway, in this position, even if you take this with this pawn, this is fine too. I think also with this pawn, yeah, I think it should be fine as well, as long as you don't take it with the knight, because then you will fall onto the fork. So that's pretty much okay for every pawns to take on d5 or even to take on b3. Tan Zhongyi, wow, another soul leader. She's been playing very, I would say, very solid. Yeah, even in the game, the only game that she lost, it was against Li Tingjie. She could have just repeated and then maintained the draw and then not having any losses yet. So
Yeah, actually, your suggestion with Queen B3 is something we should look at. I mean, I'm sure Salimova is prepared for it, but actually, I'm very much curious taking on B3. And let's say, yes, we take with the E pawn. How is white continuing here? Like, if I go bishop E3, black could just go A6 in worst case, right?
yeah, I think so too.
By the way, this opening is apparently called King's Indian Attack. So
King's Indian Attack. No.
I don't know if I trust the chat on this one, but they say A07, so Harry would know exactly what this is.
He would know, yeah.
But yeah, you guys can check it as well if you are curious. But I don't know. 2 people said it's King's Indian Attack. I don't know about it.
No, I remember I had this exact position against my game, in my game against Harika. I'm not pronouncing different name. It's really the real Harika.
It's really Harika this time.
And I just don't know what was the. Let me check actually.
Wow, actually 4 people already said it's King's Indian Attack, so I start trusting them.
I thought King's Indian Attack is when white plays with E4 instead of C4.
But this is a reversed one. I guess white is playing the King's Indian Attack at this point, yeah. So, and black is playing with whites. I don't know. It's confusing. Yeah, it should not be named King's Indian Attack for sure. It should have some other name. We need experts on this.
Yeah.
I would just call it the Reti.
Yeah, the Reti English. In the worst case, we can just tell the notation, to the people that we're talking to.
Where we can find the name right now, like something like Sydney opening.
No, it's English opening. According to my chess base, it's English opening, A11.
It's English, okay.
I mean, I don't know where chat has gotten the A07, but in my...
Maybe they're trolling us altogether.
Yeah, but in my chess base, it's A11, English opening. So things happened after exactly what we talk about, yeah? So queen takes b3, I takes b3, and e d5, yeah. So I'm so happy that I remembered this correctly. You know, like this general idea that if d5 was taken, now you can take on b3. But if c4 is still there, not taking on d5, don't take on b3. I don't know. I forgot what was the reasoning behind it, but that's pretty much what I remember. So this actually had happened. Queen b3, a b3, and then e d5, and then bishop d2. So instead of bishop e3, bishop d2. Yeah, you were asking the right question, Laura. How could white proceed in this position? Like, Salimova must have prepared, but I just failed to see, if you want to play for a win, for example, or if you want to play for an advantage, a win is a bit too stretch, yeah? But if you just want to play an advantage as white here, what could possibly be the strategy, Felix?
So I'm really excited to talk about this position, about this position, because it's also something I gave in my Reti course for white. And maybe we could back up to the 7th move after d3, knight bd7. So here cd5 I think is a good idea, because now if black were, for example, to take on b3 and then after ab3 cd5, now we see that the knight on d7 is misplaced, which would rather be on c6.
Yes.
So it often is an idea to take on d5 after knight d7. And if after c takes d5, which white played, if black were to take back with the e pawn on d5.
Hang on. So yes, like this.
Then queen c2 is an important idea for white, and white argues that the queen is misplaced on b6. And she will just proceed with knight c3 and e4, just gaining the center. And usually white does pretty well here. So therefore she took on b3, which gave us this interesting endgame. And after e d5, here she played bishop d2, and there are so many interesting plans for white. Just to point something out, usually white wants to play b4, followed by bishop c3. And then often white continues to regroup, often a knight to d4. Now they have this outpost on d4. with the pawn on b4, and then often a knight via b3 to c5. So these are the main ideas. Yeah.
Something like that. Oh, okay.
So I really like this position for white, actually, because it's just so many options, and I think it's not easy for black to find a plan usually.
I see. Wow. Okay. Thanks so much, Felix, for the information, because I wouldn't have thought of that strategy or plan by white, but now that gives me a clear idea on how to understand this position, because I'm still trying to understand. You have a double pawn on the queen side. I mean, classical player would argue that white is fighting for advantage here. You have double pawn on b file, and then there is no queen on the board anymore. No weaknesses in a black scam at all. So how could you, proceed in this position? But of course, with modern approach, we have so many engines to give us the clue. It's just up to us on how to interpret the moves, right? So we'll see. Bishop d2 is on the board, and if the game will be continuing just like what Felix had mentioned before, with bishop c3, b4, bishop c3, knight d4. It's going to be a very tough match for Tanzongi. Moreover, if she doesn't know this idea beforehand, and maybe she faces this position by surprise, because Salimova is usually a d4 player, a Catalan player, and then in this round she resorted back to a type of Reti English position. So yes, we'll see if this can actually surprise our leader.
Yeah, we're gonna see. And I would actually like to move to the third French defense, because we actually see opposite colored castles.
Okay.
So something that we're looking for in the open section, we already have in the women section. So I'm very excited to see
which game.
What Lachno versus Lei.
Lachno Litinji. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. I'm so sorry. Have I ever seen this position before? Hang on, this is interesting. Okay, advanced variation. I also play this. And bishop d7. We see a very good prep by Fabi versus Park in this variation as well. But I remember Fabi played a3 variation instead of bishop e2. And then here Lachno played bishop e2, f6 immediately. So castle takes, and a very straightforward approach by Litinji actually. After taking on e5, and then you just want to castle basically, and then finish your development. And now white is thinking, and yeah, let us think how to proceed here as white.
Yeah, how do we proceed here with white? I guess we just start with some development moves. Okay, first we ask ourselves, what is black threatening? Is knight g6 a threat in this position? Might be, because then after bishop g3, knight e5 looks like a possible move.
So let's say I just play some normal development move, yeah, like this, and then you're mentioning this, and probably taking this. But okay, I think especially with this one, I can take this. So maybe that's not the case. But
so knight c3 looks very natural.
Very natural.
If that doesn't work.
But you can actually push d4 first.
I was thinking I can go knight e4 and d6, but
now knight g6 is just in time.
I still want to go knight d6, and you're gonna go king b8.
That's what you meant. I see.
And I don't know what's going on here. Can I go king?
Maybe I can take on d6 instead of
really?
king b8, right?
You wanna take?
And then queen b6 maybe.
And then you're gonna go e5.
And e5.
This looks good for black. So this is proof that French defense is a very good opening. So you should play it. Join me.
It's a solid opening, of course. It's but yeah, knight d2 is on the board, so instead of knight c3.
Knight d2, okay, and if I go knight g6 now,
knight g6, I think bishop g3.
And now again, I can think about going b4, but then white is thinking about the b4.
No, I
or
can
even
play f4
f4,
first.
all of these moves. Yeah.
Stopping you from knight e5, and then I can think of b4 later. And then you cannot take on e5 because I can just take this maybe and then play knight.
Okay.
Sorry. Can I play?
Yeah, I always have bishop d6, but this is something to calculate for sure.
No, I was thinking of taking this, but then it's still the same. Yeah, I can get d5 anyway.
Yeah, you get d5, but this looks...
If bishop here, I can actually take this immediately or take this one first. So either way, it's not bad. Like, let's say taking this and then taking this now. Yeah, I think white is standing fine.
Yeah, I don't think white is worse for sure at all.
Okay.
Okay, but I guess black can also consider going something like h5 with some tricks.
h5?
I mean, isn't that an interesting move to go for?
You want to play knight g6 and then h4 like that?
Yeah, I wanna trap the bishop. No, I'm just thinking of an idea. So of course, I don't know exactly what's going on because I myself don't play this long castle. But if Lei plays a good game, I might start checking this line.
f6.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Felix?
I really hate this line. I have to admit, this
Sorry,
f6.
You had this line for white or for black?
For both colors. I always I kept my hands off this f6. I never understood it, and I will never understand it. It's just very, very complex. I only know that in sorry.
Attacking kind of game, yeah.
Nothing for me. Nothing for me. I only know that instead of c4 there are some other ideas, but my knowledge ends after c4. I know that there is some a4 here with plans like knight a3, knight b5. Often b4 is an idea. This is my knowledge basically ends here.
I see. Yeah.
Some plans like this, but in the game, yeah, it's very close, and I think some plans like knight g6 are an option, and maybe h5 later, as Laura suggested. But you have to be very careful with a move like h5, since it also weakens a lot of squares, like the square on g5. But yeah, the pawn on e5 could be a weakness. Very hard to judge what will happen.
Yeah, I mean, very natural move here to place bishop c6. Yeah, just
for sure.
Open the rook, the bishop is coming to the right diagonal. We threaten to take on c4, we can play d4. I feel like we are flexible here, so I feel good about this for Lei Tingjian in this position, and I'm excited. We have opposite side castles, and that's only a good sign.
Yeah, totally. And looks like things are still in the preparation. And knight d2, I just had a peek on the eval bar actually, that before knight d2, the computer likes white's position better, just slightly better, maybe 0.3, 0.4. But then after knight d2, now the computer likes the black's position better. I'm still trying to understand why. Again, it's very, very slightly still. Maybe it's now minus 0.3 or minus 0.4. Actually, let's take a look. Oh, even it's just very, very slightly. But before then, it was better, a little bit better for white. So this subtlety, I was just trying to understand what is going on actually in this position. Like, if I can solve this like in a concrete manner, because I don't think I can do any strategy or whatever. I think this position requires a concrete approach.
I agree. Yeah, this is a very concrete position. That's why Felix doesn't like it. Yeah. I mean, of course, this is not a strategic game anymore. At this point, once you castle long, b4 will come, g5 will come. I don't know what else will come, but that's exactly why I feel like this is a very, very interesting position. It's interesting approach by Lei, I have to say. I mean, she is clear second right now. With black pieces, she really doesn't need to rush, in my opinion. And in this game, I feel like with this opening, she's rushing. And okay, of course, it's also sometimes you play how you feel. Maybe she she woke up today and she felt the French defense, I don't blame her. Happens to me sometimes too. But yeah, I just feel like it's now a very aggressive game, and I don't know if this is something I would go for, especially 3 rounds to go and only half a point behind. But I applaud her for that.
Yeah, well, we also see her spirit yesterday's game against Anna Muzichuk, where he sacrificed one bishop and sacrificed another knight. I mean, I know the second sacrifice wasn't very accurate, but it's just like showing she's taking this event like, okay, very seriously, but it doesn't take anything away out of her. She's been known as a very aggressive player. I think compared to Tanzongi is a more positional player, but of course, if the position requires her to play a more aggressive chess, a more tactical chess, she's more than capable to do that. And Li Tingji is, I've played her a few times, and then I've seen many games of hers as well. Yeah, she likes to play all this open, very direct, and especially now she has Temur Rajabov as a second. So my question to Felix: how do you think a second will influence the way of play of your player? Like you've seconded Harry before. I mean, but Harry is already quite like he has an established characteristic already. But was your presence influence any of Harry's playing style?
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind your in my case, it was Hari's playing style and his preferences. Like I cannot recommend something which doesn't suit his playing style. So you always have to keep that into consideration. Other than that, I think it's everyone has their own relationship. Sometimes the second has to say what the player has to play. Sometimes the player tells the second what he wants to play. So I think it's very individual what kind of relationship and what kind of approach is necessary for the player and for the second.
Right. And what about you, Laura? Because I can totally feel that we know lots of other players who are being seconded by other good players, but it's always a very delicate case when it comes to female players being seconded by male players. It's always a very, very delicate case. And like my trainers, my coaches, they're trying to be careful not to, let's say, if your player is a male player, they can pretty much say whatever you want, like, you did such a bad thing, what move did you make, and blah 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 blah. But after a loss, usually, our kind of coaches or seconds or trainers would be like, oh, bad luck, you'll do it better next time. Sometimes I see it with my own eyes, like how our seconds really behave differently when it comes to the players. So do you have any specific or similar cases too, like that?
I absolutely agree with what you just said. I see a huge difference, how men coaches / seconds should talk to female players compared to men players, especially even in my own team of national teams of Slovenia. We usually do complain with this approach because these coaches are not psychologically trained to train us. They're just chess coaches. And sometimes we complain when they say, oh, now you're going to play this, you don't have an option or something like that. Or after the game, oh, you messed up in such a beautiful position. How could you do that? Yeah. When we as females just need to hear something like, it's okay, don't worry, it happens to anyone. It was a good game anyway. You tried your best. And I feel like it really does take a toll on you at some point if it happens to you all the time. So I agree. I feel like that's such a normal thing in chess as well. So it's very important for a girl either to adapt to that or to get a coach that really understands her. So, but this is hard. Yeah, this is very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not only about chess coaches or chess seconds or trainers, but also the teammates. We've
Yeah.
seen so many cases too. If you're playing for some team events, let's say, if let's say you're playing a team for your country or any team, like any leagues or anything like that, and it's women's teams versus the men's teams, and then in a women's team, usually if any of us suffered like a very hard loss, then we'll be like, it's okay, you tried your best. Basically the same approach, it's okay, you tried your best, and then the other person who lost would be saying like, oh, but my loss
just played
affected
bad,
the team and so on and so on. I feel bad about it, and then we'd be like, no, I mean, it's no one's fault. You tried your best, blah 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 blah. But in the men's team, if anyone was listening, like, how could you do that?
You're so
Bishop
stupid.
D6,
Like,
Bishop D6 was such a stupid blunder. How could you do that? So these two different approaches. Sometimes I was like, wow, it's just so different, and nothing you can do. Oh, do you have any experience working with female players, Felix?
Yeah, I do actually. And I want to add that I see it very often, as Laura described before, how coaches often, especially in team competitions, don't behave very accordingly. So I think that's definitely a problem, and there needs to be some sort of training also how to handle these situations, which can be very painful after a loss. As Laura said, the last thing you want to hear is you messed up and you could have done this, you could have done that. It's the past and you cannot change it. So yeah, I think everyone, especially if you're a coach, I think you just need to really keep that in mind.
Yeah. It's also a skill to know when to shut your mouth and when to talk, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, let's come back to the game. It was a very interesting discussion. Yeah. I'm happy that both of you validated what I was thinking about too. And we see instead of h5, we see h6 on the board. So after knight d2, Caruana play h6 with the idea of g5, obviously. And sorry, not Caruana, Lichess played h6. And then after that, bishop g3 is on the board, trying to, just trying to prepare g5 with what could she be preparing actually?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, g5, bishop g7 is of course something normal because I want the e5 pawn. If I get the e5 pawn, I might be even winning at some point, because it's a very important pawn to have control over. But I don't know if this is the position that you want to go g5 in. Of course, Lei is still thinking about it. I suggested bishop c6 before, but now that I'm thinking about it, what happens after bishop g4? So I guess like a natural move, no, instead of g5, bishop c6. I was thinking, because bishop c6 is such a natural developing move, but then something like this happens, and of course Lei is thinking, okay, how am I protecting e6? Is that even okay for me? So I understand her h6 approach, even though if I saw the evil bar, doesn't agree with it very much, but it's very hard position to be objective here. So I don't know. What do you think, Felix? What's gonna happen after this bishop g3?
I like h6 as a plan. It seems very natural to bring out the bishop to g7, hitting the pawn on e5. I just want to add that I think Lachner's point behind bishop g3 is now that c takes d5 is an option and e takes d5 is not possible anymore. For example, after g5.
Yes.
If she were to play g5, cd5 and ed5 runs into e6, so now the bishop is protected on g3. So it's a very nice prophylactic move, bishop g3. I like it. Yeah, and here white has the option of knight c4 or knight e4, and now the square on d6 looks quite weak.
Yeah, I was about to ask whether the idea of cd5 is a possibility after any move like g5, for example, because well, it looks like you'd like your opponent to take your pawn so you can take it back and then have a more advanced or more of forward piece on the fourth rank. But at the same time, I think if g5 happens, I think that's a very good time to take on d5. So well, Lichess is still thinking. And also another question of mine is if in this position, d4 an option? Because you also mentioned about something to do with b4, but
Yeah.
it looks
And also f4 is an idea with
f4.
white, as we
That's
saw
right.
before. So this is very specific position, and I'm pretty sure computer will go wild in this game. But as humans, like d4 is a move I want to play, but probably shouldn't play, if that makes sense. It releases the tension in the center, and that makes white's attack so much easier. What do you think, Felix? D4 an idea?
I would also say that it makes black's attack easier. So it's
Okay.
you have to judge here who is faster, and it's impossible to judge. I would say. But maybe black has to release the tension. I also don't like it. But maybe c takes d5 is already a threat for white, so maybe she has to release the tension. And as we are speaking, knight f5 is on the board. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a very sound option as well for black, because well, you kind of have to develop your pieces as well. And this knight is also going to be quite flexible. At some point you can take on g3, or maybe if not necessary, then you can also go to d4, yeah, or just staying on f5, because it looks like a very good square for the knight as well. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, and let's come back to the open section, because I've seen so much progress on the game between Abasov versus Gukesh after h6. So Abasov eventually played one of the moves that Felix mentioned, knight f3, and here Gukesh replied it right away with c5. He was ready, judging from the time. Yes, c5 is there, dc5, and knight a6, a very thematic approach after you're giving up the pawn on c5 anyway. And after g3, take it with the knight, bishop g2, and knight e4, castle takes, and bishop c5. And here after e4, knight goes to h7.
Wow.
Felix,
What?
I need your help.
Please, me too.
Must be some strange preparation here. I see that he's still in the book.
Yes.
It makes some sense just prophylactically stepping out of e5. And as we see now, Abasov played e5, and only then Gukesh played rook b8. So if you were to play rook b8 instead of knight h7, it would run into bishop f4. So he's kind of preparing for e5. So it does make a lot of sense in hindsight. If you see knight h7, I'm sure it was a big shock for Abasov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such an unnatural move to play. It's a funny move to play. Even like feels like he's trolling him at this point. But like Felix said, it just makes sense, as we will see in the next moves that come. Yeah, now rook b8 happened, like Felix said, and black is developing.
See, yeah, after bishop b7, he's still in the book, yeah? He's still within his preparation. So yeah, I mean, as black pieces here, and against Abasov, I mean, naturally Gukesh would like to play for win. And I think the position gives so much, or offers so much things here for black as well. I mean, white has to know what he's doing precisely, not to lose this game within 24 moves like yesterday too. So was it 24 or something like that? It was close to that number. So yeah, and judging from the time situation as well, yeah, Abasov is not prepared on this line. I mean, I would be surprised if this was a very known line for those players to be prepared for. So yeah, he has to figure it out by himself on the board. But I mean, what do we think about this position as white?
Well, yeah, these double pawns. Okay, h4. Yeah, let's go. Felix, you can jump in right now. What do we think about this pawn structure?
So white is in a lot of danger in the long run. If black were to consolidate, maybe reach an endgame, then he would have great chances to play for a big advantage. Yeah, exactly. But he has problems with the knight on h7. It is kind of yeah, a strange piece, and it will take a lot of time to get it back into the game. Maybe with f5 or f6 at some point to bring it back. And I guess h4 just controlling the g5 square, preventing black from possibly exchanging this knight with knight g5. So h4 is quite sensible.
Yeah, I mean, as far as h4, just taking control of g5, yes, I can understand that. But again, I mean, yes, the knight on h7, it's gonna take a long time for the knight to be back to the game, and also not without any risk, because if you actually start planning about f6 or f5 with the en passant in the end, or maybe after f5 you don't need to do the en passant anyway, it will also somehow weaken the diagonal, right? And then in the meantime, white is also trying to prepare for, strengthening the center, maybe somehow bring the rook on d1 and e1, and then, preparing for your break with f6 or f5. So it's going to be a fighting game. It's definitely an interesting preparation by Gukesh with this h6 and knight h7. So in a hindsight, maybe the idea of h6 is actually to, have another square for the knight. You just want to show it, hey, h6, I just want to play knight h7 in the near future to complement h6. So, okay, so let's keep an eye on this one, because I also I'm very curious on how this knight will proceed. With f6, f5, or just castle, rook e8, knight f8, wait, and then going to g6. I don't know. It's going to be quite a work for Gukesh to figure this out. And what is currently in a long distance relationship is the kings of Ian's and Pragnananda's, because they're like, hey, I'm going to follow you. This is still a staring game between those two kings, waiting which side of the board that they're going to castle their kings. But we have h4, h5, so it's a sign. It's a sign that maybe now short castle is not really an option, and then you actually have to get ready or get prepared for the long castle, because we left it until bishop e3, and then here Pragnananda played queen d7, showing the intention that he's preparing for long castle. But after bishop e2, he didn't do that yet, but instead he played knight g6, and then h4 comes, followed by h5, and knight d2, hitting on the pawn on h5, and then after bishop g4, now Ian is thinking. So, Laura, what do you think on this position?
Yeah, I mean, I can long castle with black pieces. That's happy. That's a happy thought. Knight came to g6. I will develop my bishop from f8. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a peaceful game, because white will no longer castle on the short side with this h4, of course. So I think we will see long castles, like you said before, Irene. We'll see from both sides, which then will transpose into somehow peaceful game. So, and you, Felix, what do you feel about this?
I like Prag's position, to be honest, because I think he will be able to exchange this bad bishop, at least for black. I think that black is striving to exchange this bishop against white's bishop on e2. Because I don't think that Jan wants to play f3 here, because it looks quite weakening. Bishop would just go back. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of this one actually, that maybe I'd like to start preparing for long castle by playing here. But then after bishop d6, how are you going to do this? Yeah, and also the knight is coming to f4 as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't look pleasant for white. So yeah, I don't think f3 is a good candidate move in this position.
The question I wanted to ask was what happens after bishop g4?
Like this,
I guess hg, yeah. And something like h5 maybe. But
I can throw in g3, because this is not, I mean, you cannot still take on g6.
Yeah,
so
maybe g3 even. I thought queen f5 might be picking up the pawn on h5 instead of g3.
That's interesting too. Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is just But there is a nice trick though. I can play queen e2.
If
And after
takes, yeah?
Yeah, bishop g5 check.
And then this
That's
one.
it's very nice. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But okay, after queen e2, I think most likely it's just castling, and then you still have this problem with the h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also the c2, by the way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so, yeah, taking g4 doesn't look great for white, nor f3. So what can white do in this position then?
Maybe knight b3 right away.
Maybe just knight b3 right away, yeah? Yeah, just trying to prepare for the castle. Maybe that's the whole idea actually, from the knight to go to the other side, because you'd like to have another extra piece around your king. I mean, your future king will be on c1 or on the queen side, so having the knight on b3 also a pretty good thing too. Okay, so, but I agree with Laura. This might come as a peaceful game in the end, and both sides will be castling on the same side. That's the long side. And yeah, so far, judging from the time situation, so far so good. So no one is in time trouble or anything yet. And we'll see what's going to happen in this one. And meanwhile, which game would you like to look at?
Maybe the Indian players in the women's section. We haven't had a look at those games. Maybe first Vaishali, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to mention that there is some sort of an exchange sacrifice here, which Anna did. So let's take a look from the start. So we see another Rulapes, open Rulapes. So Vaishali has a very similar repertoire as Pragnananda. They both play French. They both play open Rulapes. They also both play Caracan. So Laura, that's the perks having a 2700 player as your brother.
Oh yeah, that's great. They can share files, but also they have similar coaches, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they were trained, or maybe are still training with GM Ramesh. Yeah,
Yes.
but in these candidates, they are coming with different seconds. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't mean that they cannot share their files too, right? But yeah, and their mother is also coming, Nagalakshmi. I've met the mother in so many events, like really supporting her kids. Yeah, it's joyful, you know, to bring your mother along.
It's so beautiful to see that. Yeah,
to have
she's
some
really
emotional
supportive.
support. Yes. Okay. Anyway, here we see already on move 8 there is on move 7 actually a sacrifice Felix, b5 followed by rook takes e4, and then d5 and takes on e5, takes and takes on a4, queen e2. So this is well, this is not a sacrifice yet, but what will happen is this one, king f8. Look at this, king f8, because you're preparing for f5 not to lose any of the bishops.
Yeah.
And after knight c3, now you play bishop d6, and after this takes, and f takes e5, queen h4, attacking d4, so you protect it with the pawn, with the bishop on e3, and after queen g4, offering the trade, queen d2, h5, and this is the current position.
And Vaishali is still in her book. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yes. I mean, she's even gaining time. So she started off with 1 hour and 30 minutes, and now she's on 1 hour and 32 minutes. So she didn't actually spend any time on her clock, and she's even gaining. So incredible preparation, right?
Yeah. And I would be very curious, maybe the chat could help me out, if this variation actually has a specific name, because it's not the open Spanish itself, I think. So yeah, question for the chat.
They might say King's Indian again. So let's chat, please do not troll us anymore. Give us the opening name. But also I wanted to mention how quickly was Anna out of book here. I mean, of course, here we see a big time difference already, but I think Anna was already out of her prep on f4.
Yeah.
So she sacrificed the exchange. Oh no, she sacrificed the exchange with 20 minutes down already.
I'm sure she knew this idea because I think it's a very typical idea in this line. I think she was trying to maybe recollect her preparation or trying to figure out the correct move order.
Yeah.
But
Because if we also see, well, that's the only hint that I can get out of this opening is the eval bar, because I'm trying to evaluate this position and trying to understand just pretty much the evaluation, because white just sacrifice an exchange, whether the sacrifice is enough. But the eval bar likes white's position. But again, this is still facialist preparation. So it means she's willing to go down into a little, slightly worse position, and just trying to test her opponent memory about whether she understands this one or not. Again, the element of surprise is playing a big role in most of the preparations here, because it's not really necessary to have like a very, very, first line preparation for all your moves, but you can somehow go down to the second or third or even fourth pass that's not really been explored by the players, and that's when you can actually surprise your opponent. So
especially this h5 move now is
Yes.
very computer-like.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, yeah, white is slightly better still, like 0.3, but how to proceed, right? It's the question right now, because black has a clear idea, I guess. It wants to somehow get the king saver, maybe putting on h7, and then get the rooks connected and play with them. As for white, yes, what should white do in this position? So h3 just happened on the board.
Yes.
And now queen g6 maybe?
Sensible.
Yeah.
I checked my chess base, and chess base says this is close to Lopez, unusual white six moves.
Yeah. C84.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very unusual name. So again, another opening we should name later when we have time.
Okay, so
yes, so h3.
before, actually there are 2 games after h5, just before h3 that I saw in my database, and the 2 games were played by pretty strong grandmasters. For white, it's Burkic versus Pavlidis, but it happened actually it's not so long ago. It was the Bundesliga 2023, 2024. So
oh yeah, I've seen that game. I remember.
Yeah.
I think Pavlidis won even, right? With the black pieces.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Pavlidis won. And here, instead of h3, he played the move knight c3, and then followed by h4. So you just want to keep going with this pawn, but h3, queen g6, which actually might be a transposition to our game, right? And then after rook f1, now finally the rook comes to f5, to h5, and then knight e2, and then rook f5. So pretty much trying to offer as much trade as you can. Very sensible, given that you will have an exchange up. And knight f4, queen h7. Yeah, so and the game goes for another, I think, 60 moves or something like that, or 50 moves, and in the end, black won. And the other game was Darius Schwartz versus Prohaska. Both are pretty strong grandmasters too. And instead of h3, in this position, Schwartz play rook f1 and h4. So this always be the idea. And then knight goes to c5. And king g8, queen d3, h3. So white allowed this pawn to advance to h3, g3, and queen h5, and knight takes a6. So, and this was rapid, and in the end, white wins. So we have 2 games with 2 different strategies here. One game you're playing on the on the king side, and this game that I just showed, the last one, that we're playing on the queen side. So good news for white is whatever strategy or whatever side that you are trying to play, I think it's still very playable. And Anna chose to play h3. I think also a very sensible move. And queen g6 is already on the board. Now there is a direct attack on h3. And how are we going to deal with that?
I guess we have to... Okay, we can go bishop g5, but I guess we can also just move the king, right? It's not a big deal. Is it a big deal? King h1 or something? I don't know. I don't know how black is really going for it, because when my knight comes to c5, I feel like, you know what, I can do whatever I want. But of course, it's not as simple as it seems. Felix, can you help me here with some ideas?
Yeah, I think black wants to go h4, rook h5 anyway. I think the
Okay.
plan is to bring out the rook at some point, getting it into the game like this. I could also see some sacrifices possibly happening on h3. Probably not working,
No,
at
yeah.
least so far, yeah. But sooner or later it could be an idea.
Yep. And we have h4. So
Oh.
this is a very unusual approach, giving this square for the bishop. But and yeah, I think the computer doesn't like it, because then yeah, you're stopping the idea of rook h5, rook f5, but at the
For
same
the
time,
price, yeah.
for the price of the g4 square. So that's I think an expensive price for that. So
I don't know. We'll see. I feel like it's not such a big deal if I get my bishop to g5 somehow. f6 is always going to be a weakness. Okay, sometimes not. I see some rook g8 ideas, of course, but yeah, h4 is also kind of safe. Anna played it immediately, so I don't think she's in her prep, but this is what she planned to do already beforehand, and I don't think it's so bad. Like if I go queen f2, for example, I protect everything. Then I put my knight on c5.
So let's say I play queen g4 back, yeah? Trying to hit this one, and you play queen f2.
I think it looks quite safe for right now.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I can go knight c5. Then I have some b3 ideas, maybe rook f1, c4. Of course, knight d3, knight f4. I feel like this knight can become very strong in these close positions, of course. So
I agree.
I like Anna's approach, but if I am out of prep and Vaishali is in prep, yes, I'm worried, of course. I'm extremely worried here.
Yep. So turns out you like this position, Felix. This doesn't look too boring to me.
Yeah, it's very interesting with this long-term exchange sacrifice.
Yes.
And as we discussed, h4 has some drawbacks, but keeping the rook on h8 out of the game seems also very sensible to me. And as Laura described, I think White's king's position is now very safe, with just queen f2 coming, protecting everything. And it's quite hard for Black to come up with an active plan.
Right. Well, yeah. We'll see if Anna could convert, or actually it's Vaishali who is having the exchange up right now. But yeah, Anna has a very good position, a very flexible one too, even though she's currently exchange down. And yeah, she's trying to prove that her sacrifice would be proven like worthy. So let's get back to this game, but let's
Sorry, Irene, could we just go back to move 11 in this game? I think there is one very instructive possibility there. So instead of queen e2, as far as I remember, b3 is one other move. And the line continues short castle, bishop a3, takes, and after queen d6, I believe, knight b1. After a b3, how would you take back? I think that's a
naturally
very nice...
naturally.
Yes, of course.
But is it wrong?
What's the problem?
It's cb3 here.
cb3, and then what's the idea?
Just knight c3 and rook c1 using the open c file.
Oh,
so I think that's
a
very nice motive just in general.
Oh, yeah, that's cute.
Yep. See, that's very nice idea. Well, that's a very good idea. Okay, so shall we move to the game between Hikaru versus Alireza, because that looks quite interesting for me in a quick glance.
Yes.
So I don't know what happened, but after Queen A4, Bishop D7, Queen C2, castle, and then Bishop E3, and after Knight C6, Knight C3, still normal development so far. And then here we go, B6. And we cannot play B4, of course, and now Hikaru chose to play Bishop E2 and Knight B4, attacking the queen. The queen goes to D2, and now Bishop F5, attacking C2 square. Rook has to go to C1, and after Knight G4, Bishop F4. Yeah, you don't want to lose that bishop. BC5, BC5, and now Bishop takes C5. So,
oh wow,
is this, well, along the way, Hikaru must have done some mistake or blunder. I don't think this is like a pawn sacrifice, because, or maybe it is a pawn sacrifice. I have no clue in this position. It looks very quite complicated.
I would just like to point out, Irene, that again, Black's moves were never backwards. We just went forward, right?
Wow.
All the moves played, like, look at these knights, look at these bishops. I'm impressed.
I like the symmetry also. Knight on B4, knight on G4, Bishop F5,
Yes.
Bishop C5.
Yeah,
That's
this
very
symmetry is nice. Yeah.
But what's going on? F2 is hanging now, so I have to do something about it. I would assume castle is the correct way to go.
Let me see how much. Okay, so this move has just been played. I just want to see how much Hikaru has been thinking. But yeah, naturally, if it was a blitz game, I would have just castled immediately. But if there is any better approach here, because, well, a pawn is a pawn, so Black is still having an extra pawn in this position, and castle has just been played. So where is the compensation to the pawn?
That's a fair question. I guess bishop on c5 will be hanging very soon if not moved away.
A knight on b4 as well doesn't have any good square.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, rook is gonna come to d1, I assume at some point, of course, when the bishop moves or the knight moves. But I don't... Okay, let's figure it out.
I mean, why just want to play a3 here and then get the d5 pawn? Castle is needed just because you have to protect f2 first. But I think now the direct attack is a3, because the knight cannot go to a6 because of this bishop. Yeah, I mean, if you play c6 and then goodbye, yeah, the knight is gone. So yeah, how to deal in this position then? It looks like a very good sacrifice by Hikaru.
Yeah, I'm impressed, because now Black's forces kind of seem a bit on the wrong place. Like this knight g4, it looked very active in the first place, and knight b4, but now it doesn't lead anywhere, and the pawn on d5 is a weakness. Knight on b4 could be trapped. Bishop on c5 is loose as well. Knight on g4 doesn't do that much and can be kicked away with h3 at any time. So very nice sacrifice by Hikaru, and yeah, I'm impressed.
I wonder if I can sacrifice with black at some point, like knight f2, because then I'm gonna have two pawns, right?
So takes like this, and takes like this. Yeah.
I just wonder if this is something to look for. But
I think
guess
the dark squares could become quite weak now without the bishop on c5.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm not achieving anything with black if I go for it, especially because the center is still very much loose. Yeah.
And a pawn on d5 will probably fall as well.
Yeah.
Like a3 and then queen takes d5 maybe.
Exactly. So I cannot allow myself to go for something like that. But in case white attacks something, this is an idea. So if I protect like d5 first or play d4 somehow, could be an idea in the future. I don't know what Firouzja will do here, actually. It's hard to find a good move.
Yeah, how do you protect this at the same time also saving up your knight, because you cannot move back to c6. At some point this rook will attack both the bishop and the knight. So yeah, I'm curious. Knight f2 is always there. It's a very good backup plan. But what else can be done for black in this position?
Yeah, do I have some tricks on a3? So basically I have to be prepared for a3. That's number one move to be prepared for. Of course, I have to watch out for other moves, yeah. But if I just look at that one, can I go something like d4?
D4, very direct. Yes.
Knight
And
a4,
knight A4.
or anywhere at this point, actually.
Knight
D3?
b5 maybe also.
Maybe even b5, because c7 is going to be hanging. Yeah, b5 looks very aggressive. I have to go knight a6 now, but knight c7.
Let's go for this one.
Oh, d3. Oh, I like that. Yes.
No backward move. Keep forward. Keep being forward.
Okay,
So,
I will
like-
go backwards. Bishop d1.
Yeah, of course. But then, okay, let's Oh, knight c2? I can give up my c7 pawn. Yeah. I accidentally found a good move there.
Don't be too humble. Not accidentally.
I mean, I like this now. I like all these forward moves.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm impressed. Okay.
Yeah, now the pawn on d3 is safe. Knight on c2 is holding everything together.
Now we found a very safe square for the knight, right? Not on c6, not on a6, but eventually on c2. Yeah, actually very nice recommendation, Laura. Yeah, why don't we consider this d4?
Just forward, yeah.
Just forward, yes.
Like Prague taught us.
Also, the same goes with knight a4 attacking this. I think we don't have time to pull the bishop back and then just push d3. But okay, now it's a different story because then after bishop here, at least now I save my pawn on d4. It's already on d3, and then I can play. Yeah, I can play bishop d6. And now if you, let's say, just to show it, takes like this. Now the knight is safe. And additionally, we have another square for the knight if we want to, apart from knight c2, of course. So d4 is the critical move in this position for black.
Yeah, I always have to consider after knight a4 d3 if I just go knight c5.
Let's take a look. And
because
I
then
was
black
thinking about this.
You have to take.
But I thought queen e2 and knight d3 maybe.
Yeah, there's knight d3.
Yeah.
And attacking this. I mean, there was this one, but unfortunately f4 was hanging.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's a very fair point, yes.
And you cannot take because then you lose the exchange.
Oh yeah.
And what else can you do? If you go here, I think, okay, at the very least you can have this and then bishop d3 again.
Yeah.
So that's not really looking good. Ooh, d4.
Attacking, yeah, for sure.
But there should be something here in this position that we might miss.
Somehow I have the feeling knight b5 should be the move, but what happens after d3? Yeah.
Yeah, what happens after d3?
Because again, rook c5 doesn't work of the same reasoning. Bishop d3 is coming.
Yeah, here immediately bishop d3 is working.
Yeah. So I cannot allow myself that. But bishop d1 seems wrong.
Yeah.
I could start with bishop c7, but honestly,
I think it's helping my position with queen d7. I have like more attack there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
But d4 is not on the board yet, right?
No. Firuja is still thinking. Yeah, so okay, let's say d4.
Let's check something else here, yeah.
I was also considering bishop g5, but it looks too crazy to be true.
In the knight b5 d3?
No, immediately, but
okay.
It's probably too creative.
Oh, that's extremely creative, but...
Because sometimes the bishop was hanging on f4, so I thought maybe it makes sense to move it, but even after f6, everything is hanging, so...
That's...
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Oh, could it be knight e4?
Okay. What?
Because I'm just hitting this one, and then if you go here, now you don't have bishop d3 anymore, because I can take it with, wait,
No, it's
do
the
we have
same.
this before?
Yeah,
Oh, we have
the
this
same.
before.
with knight a4 move order.
So if I take this, you take this, and you have knight d3, yeah? No, I have this one, so maybe this is it.
Now the knight is on e4, so it's different, yes. But then I have, instead of taking on e2, I can go bishop e4.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
that's slightly
And if I
different.
take this, you take this,
Okay,
and I play
this
here.
is
I don't know.
now
It
I
looks
have bishop f3, yeah, and queen d1
bishop
if I want to queen
f3.
d3.
Wow. Okay.
I
Takes.
don't know. I don't know.
This is okay for white, I would say. I mean,
Maybe,
you're
yeah.
gonna take this next move. And then
Maybe
this is
bishop
hanging.
f3 immediately was a bit quick. Alright. I don't know.
Looks complicated, lots of calculation, but I think knight e4 is interesting.
Yeah, for sure it's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, because if you take this like this, then okay, I take c5 here, and then this is one is under attack, and I can also take this next move. So what else to be done here? d3.
Could we go back to the final position in with the doubled f pawns?
Will do.
Maybe I'm hallucinating, but
like this, yeah, and then bishop takes e4.
Yes.
yeah.
Takes here.
Yes, take on
Yes.
f3.
Takes. Do you want to go queen h4? Nah.
That was my first idea, but then bishop g3 is there.
Yeah.
But I want to go knight takes f2.
Knight takes f2.
King f2, queen h4.
Okay.
Oh.
And I just move back.
And now a5.
a5.
Oh.
So if I play queen d2,
then rook a8.
okay, d8.
That was the idea. And I don't think you can hang on to you have
bishop g5. Oh, I'm winning on the spot, maybe.
That might be a very strong move, which I've missed. It's probably the only move. Huh?
Probably. Yeah. Oh, if queen c1, you play rook d1, yeah?
Yeah, that was the point. Okay, well, bishop g5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me, can I start with a move like a5 immediately or something instead of going knight f2 or going rook b8 instead of a5?
Where?
Because knight
which
f2
part?
immediately is very committal instead of knight f2.
Instead of knight f2. Ah, okay. This one, yeah? But whenever you play a5, I can play queen d2 right away now.
I was thinking about rook b8 first,
Oh, rook
maybe,
b8,
because
okay.
b2 will be hanging. I don't know what's going on, but...
Queen c3, I think it should be fine.
Maybe you have just queen c3 then.
Yeah, because now after queen h4, I have bishop g3. My queen is no longer on that rank, yeah? So just to show it like this. And then queen here, now I can have bishop g3. Yeah. So this might be actually happening because I think this is the most critical line in this position, to play d4. Otherwise, I don't see any good idea for black. Every move is just pretty bad.
Yeah.
So after d4, the knight has to go. We saw this one, and I think this gives white more chances.
Yeah, actually, I wonder. Oh my god, d4 is a bad move. Yeah. I was wondering about it. It looks like such a good move, but by computer it's a bad move. Okay, I just checks the evil.
What is going on with Schmack? We're talking about Hikaru and she's coming again.
Again?
Right? Whenever Hikaru's game is on our board, Schmack will come and then see what's going on.
Owned by Hikaru in previous life, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, this is a very interesting position, and then I just wonder what Hikaru has in his preparation, because it looks like everything. I mean, you wouldn't go to this position without any prior preparation because it looks dangerous. And d4 is of course the critical line, and apparently Ferrugia has to take care of this. Shall we check the eval bar about this move
Yes,
d4?
please,
do.
please.
Yeah. So this, okay, the current position, Hikaru is better by plus 0.4. And if we play d4, oh, it thickens the advantage. And what is the best move if we play knight e4? It's not the best move apparently, but it still maintained advantage. What could be the best move? Is it knight a4? It is knight a4.
Looks pretty good. Also,
So knight b5 doesn't work, right?
Knight b5, let's check it. It works.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. So pretty much any knight moves, it's working because
And d3?
d3, and then here we have to figure this out.
Yeah. Can we? Yeah, we have to figure this out.
Bishop
for sure.
d1 doesn't look like a good move. See, it's just better for black. So what else do we check? Rook takes c5. This is fine apparently, because after taking this, I think you have to take. No, this is wrong.
Maybe just rook e1.
Just rook e1.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. Yeah, everything is under control. The queen is protected. Yeah, e2 is gonna fall soon.
And b4 and f5 are
b4 and f5
hanging.
too, yes. And then even if you take this, you take it with the bishop, and then you're still threatening those pieces. Even after this, yeah, you can just take this, takes this, and takes this, and yeah, sooner or later the pawn on e2 will fall, and then you have a better endgame. Oh, okay. So, but d4, as we see, like the computer doesn't really like it because it's thickens the advantage for white. But what else could be done there in this position for black? Because a3 is coming. Could be bishop d6, just trying to get rid of this bishop out of the diagonal.
Somebody in chat said, of course it's rook e8.
Rook e8?
Well, what happens after a3, chat?
Okay, let's see. Rook e8.
I don't understand. Yeah.
a3, and then what's next? Where does the knight go?
That's...
Oh, you want to just take and then play knight d3?
Oh.
Really?
That's nice.
What?
Let's see. Takes? No, I don't think it is the right move because you can also take with the knight. That's the idea. And after this, I think you can just play rook here or something like this. Yeah. It's not...
You know, the benefit of looking at the chat is that they tell me all the computer moves, and the computer move after a3 is knight f2.
Knight f2.
Which is absolutely insane because we checked this one move before rook e8 and it looked terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't look nice, but I mean, this is a complicated position. We have to calculate very carefully. Knight takes f2, and then what's next? You have to take, or...
Yeah, now rook f2, bishop f2, king f2, and now rook e2. I sacrifice everything.
Laura, of course, this is all very obvious. Come on.
Oh, that's so obvious. That's so obvious.
How come we didn't see this? Yeah, it's
But even this position, as a human, it still looks pretty good for white, right? Like knight takes e2, knight e3, king moves back, and...
Exactly.
Maybe just I don't know where to move back the king. Let's say, okay, let's say here.
Yeah.
Then takes this, and then takes this maybe. I don't know, or with the queen.
I would have taken with the queen, maybe.
Yeah, how to...
Computer gives equal, but practically it looks more pleasant for white.
I agree.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And this doesn't look, even if you see all this, you do not evaluate this position as, oh, okay, that's fine for me. Like if you look from Perugia's perspective,
Yeah.
you see like, okay, long term, this position, I don't know if I can hold it.
Yep.
So rook e8, I don't feel it will be played. But
Is
if
rook
it's
e8
not
the only move
played,
to play in this
I can.
position?
Oh, if it is okay, you can also go knight f6, but apparently it's worse than rook e8.
Okay.
But it's playable.
It's playable. I mean, it's just more understandable to play knight f6. So bishop d6 is not a good move too then, yeah?
No, bishop
Ooh,
d6
what
is
did-
lost after bishop d6, queen d6, and knight b5.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This knight falls immediately. I understand. Okay.
Okay, but this is such a crazy position. If you don't see the evaluation, it's so unclear.
Okay. Very nice preparation by Hikaru. Already almost half an hour up in the clock. So yeah, Alireza has to think about it. Yeah, d4 is there. We calculated before, but then every knight moves is actually giving white's advantage. Rook e8 is probably kind of, and also knight f6, the only moves to play. So we'll see if Firouzja will play one of these moves, because it's going to be quite hard to maintain the position as well as black. And before we go to our break, let's also update ourselves on the game between Ian versus Pragnananda, because finally we have the castles on the long side. And where was the last position we looked at? It was some knight
Bishop
d2, bishop g4.
yeah.
Yes, knight b3. So yeah, Felix had mentioned this, and bishop e7 hitting on h4. You just simply protect it with g3. Takes on e2, queen takes e2, and long castle and long castle. So yeah, the players are just waiting for this to happen. Queen f5 and knight a4 starting to attack the king on the queen side, and knight f8. So Laura, from your perspective as a French player, how do you like black position?
I mean, yeah, this is not a French position anymore, so I cannot be objective about this, nor subjective. So I don't know what's my opinion. Like we said, we have long castles on both sides. I think, of course, knight f8 is a very interesting idea. I guess g5 could be an option that could be played. Knight e6 could be coming, especially because knight c5 will be a move by white at some point, and queen b5. Actually, this
b5,
of course,
there's
yeah.
a6. Oh yeah, but okay, yeah, I
After
understand.
knight
After knight c5,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, this is not like a boring game, far from being boring. But I'm absolutely fine with white. I think white is developed. White knight is coming to c5, which is something I would find it to be a goal. And yeah, what about you, Felix? Do you still like black's position?
I do actually, because the bishop on e3 seems quite passive, on contrary to the bishop on e7, which has more squares available. And I really like Prag's last move, and I think he intends to bring the knight over to the king to help with protecting. So now, for example, after knight ac5, white has a dangerous threat of knight takes b7. And therefore, I think he's intending knight d7 now. So that after knight b7, king b7, queen b5, there is knight b6. So I think a very nice move by Prag. And anyway, the knight on g6 was not doing much anymore, and with knight f8, it's getting back to the game.
Yes, I agree.
So I think, yeah, I mean, the only intention of playing the knight to a4 is to put it on c5. So maybe after knight f8, we might actually see knight c5 on the board. But yeah, just like what you mentioned, Felix, then knight d7 is a very timely response, because otherwise white has this tactic on b7. So okay, what are the moves that that white can play here apart from taking on b7? Maybe pulling it back to d3 and then trying to get control over the center?
Yeah, that's a very straightforward move.
Or keep it that way and then play bishop f4 maybe, with the idea of knight here. Like this can
Oh,
be quite
yeah.
tactical too.
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
because I don't think you would like to take a, would you? I don't know.
I
Actually,
think at some point you will not have a choice, right?
oh,
Even if I
Uh,
go queen
mm.
b5, you're forced to take everything, aren't you?
I wouldn't mind taking
Yeah.
because now I don't think there's an attack anymore, and after knight c5, dc5, maybe bishop f6.
mm,
Black seems very comfortable here to me. Rook e8 is coming, and
right.
but yeah, white should in general be fine as well. I think I'm being too optimistic of black's chances.
So let's say I played this. Okay, you can always play a6, but I mean, what I
Yeah.
want is somehow to also trade this knight, something like this, and make my bishop somehow working. But yeah, this is just one idea, but also we can put the knight back to d3 and then play a more slow chess, maybe. But yeah, this is gonna be quite a long game, and while Ian is still thinking, I think it is a good time for us to take our break. And by the way, Alireza played the best move on the position. Rook e8 is
Wow.
on the board,
Oh.
so this is gonna be interesting. Both games that. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So we'll come back to other games as well after the break. So chat, stay tuned on our commentary, both on Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, see you soon in a few minutes.
And we are back from our first breaks, and we're gonna start with a game that we haven't seen yet.
Yep.
We will cover it from the beginning, so Goyachkina versus Koneru. And I am very curious about it because I think it was the Catalan. Am I correct?
You are correct. Yes.
Oh, yes.
And we see the classic Catalan with d takes c4, queen c2, and a6 and a4. So far, still nothing new, I would say.
Actually, h6 is
H6 is
quite
new?
uncommon.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
So the classical line continues with bishop d7. But h6 is a very tricky move as far as I remember.
Yeah, bishop
So-
d7 is my line.
So if I remember correctly, the point after h6 is that now after the logical queen takes c4, black has b5 here. And with a nice point that if white were to take on b5, he would already
Yes.
be lost.
Yeah.
And now the bishop could come to b7, unlike the other line where the bishop is already on d7. So h6 is kind of like a useful waiting move.
I see. And therefore, Goichikina was not in a hurry to take on c4, and she also made a waiting move, rook d1. And after knight c6, now, actually you could have taken on c4, but okay, she's again not in any hurry. And after this e3, and after this knight a3. So, okay, what happened after b5? You have to sack a pawn then. Knight e5 takes, and knight d7. So, but this is quite typical in the Catalan where white is sacrificing a pawn. But I was thinking whether this sacrifice is necessary. Ooh, knight c4.
Knight c4.
Oh, that's on the board.
Yeah, that's on the board. Interesting.
Wow.
So I think what we might see is, okay, let's say this one first. If this
Yes.
happens, then takes, and probably it's queen a4, yeah? And you cannot play c6 because the bishop is hitting the queen, so white will regain the piece back and a better position too. So what happened if bishop takes g2?
Yeah, I think that's a better way to start because then you have
Yeah.
some checks at the end,
And king takes then?
I guess.
And maybe takes this? Because if you don't take it,
Yes.
then
Yes.
white
like
is just
it, yeah.
better, yeah? And then,
Yeah.
okay, we try to pressure the knight on d7 by, let's say, this.
Mhm.
And then what's next? Knight c5?
Maybe knight c5, yeah.
Knight c5, and then you take on this one, and then you take on this one, and you have to take on this one or the other way, doesn't matter. And after this, rook
It's okay.
a8.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe this is a problem. Could be
maybe that
quite
is
a big problem.
Yeah, how to get rid out of this pin? That's the question, yeah?
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, otherwise, black is doing fine. Sorry, white is doing fine. We will just exchange the c pawns, extra pawn on the king side. But this rook a8, nice spot, very nice spot.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look again. So bishop takes g2, king takes g2, takes this, and maybe queen a4 is not very accurate, but what else can we do here?
Otherwise, I will play queen c8, right?
Right, yeah, I think you have to anyway. And then after knight c5, you have to take, right?
Yeah.
Takes, and it doesn't matter where the rook takes actually, because
Right.
right, it doesn't really matter. And this, so and then yeah, next move might be like actually something like c6 and bishop d8.
And she must have missed rook a8.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible? Or maybe again, I just want to double check this position again. Bishop g2. Maybe is there any move then king takes g2?
I was thinking
Knight
about
d6?
knight d6, but I don't believe in it. Honestly, I would just move the bishop somewhere. F3.
Maybe d5 even, yeah?
Okay, let's say d5 even, yeah.
Bishop c7. Queen is trapped there.
Oh,
Pretty cool.
That's the trick. That's the trick. Maybe that's something she wants to play for.
And rook c8. It's not over yet.
No. But we're hanging
But
million tons of stuff.
we're currently up a piece, so
Yeah.
if you take the rook, it's fine. We still be exchange up. So rook c8, and what else? If rook a7, I'll take the knight and then move the queen away.
That's a fair point.
If you take this, and I'll take this, and then exchange up for me with pair of bishops. I think black is standing very nicely here. Although knight d6 is obviously interesting. So maybe in this position, what else can be done? I don't see anything else. Oh, maybe this one. You take this, takes, and then this one. You cannot play here because of b3. And when you pull back, let's say, I don't know, anywhere, and then this is attacking. But the knight can just move, no?
Yeah. But could you go e4 before taking?
That's possible too. e4 here. So bishop has to go back.
And bishop c7 now.
Bishop c7 and rook a8.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Wow. Okay, but now I can take this one still. Oh, but you can just take like this, and then you have a better position. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wait, is this prep or she? I think she figured it out. She figured this out just by herself on the board.
But we must be missing something because the evil bar shows that black is better. Yeah, considerably better.
Well, I don't have to go bishop d5. Can I go bishop f3?
Immediately. Right, yes.
And I'm attacking your rook.
Yeah, so here and then knight d6 and bishop f3. Yeah, of course, this is a better square. That's right, Laura. And you don't have e4. You don't have rook a8, yeah?
Yeah, I think this could be fine. Playing knight d6 doesn't seem natural, but of course, this is something only engine knows. It's very hard to assess it. But knight d6 is the best move, by the way, after bishop g2. Okay.
And I should take on g2, right? What happens again if I take on c4 right away? Just take on b7 and queen a4, yeah?
So instead of bishop g2,
take on c4.
Yeah, I just take on b7, yeah.
And queen a4, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can go rook a7 apparently.
Yeah.
But just rook d7 or so. Yeah, actually you're forced to play rook d7, otherwise bishop b4 comes, I think.
So if you're taking this, then queen a6.
But queen a...
Rook c7?
I think rook c7
is... rook c7.
Yeah, this is tough. But
and
apparently,
if rook a6?
Yeah, how to deal with this pin?
Do I have to deal with it very much?
Sorry.
Yeah, probably black didn't even have a threat in the end position.
Yeah. I mean, I can just move the queen, I think, somewhere, but okay, of course, very complicated position, but wait, this is crazy. This is crazy. In the original position, so instead of taking on c4, And yeah, instead of bishop g2, apparently engine says queen c8.
Oh wow.
Queen c8.
Which honestly, it's not a natural move to go for in all this hanging position. At least you take on g2 first, right?
Yeah, I would have just tried to simplify my position, taking on g2, and then play a more concrete chess just by calculation.
Yeah.
But as it so often is, once you see the engine suggestion, it makes a lot of sense because now the pawn on e5 will probably fall just, yeah. Knight on c4 is hanging, it has to move at some point, and then knight takes e5 will most likely come at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, this is something that can develop, but I kind of think not Harika. See again, there's Harika again. Kampi will take something, either g2 or the knight. It just feels more natural. I mean, queen c8, yes, you can go for it, but it's really, I don't know. Yeah, okay, I think we're gonna see, but I would just like to jump on the game Hikaru versus Alireza just because
let's do that.
Alireza didn't take knight f2 and he played d4 on a3. Yeah, so we saw here. And apparently d4 is a fine move. Which we forgot to check. Yeah, we were just so focused on the computer line knight f2. So I wonder what's going on here. That's an improved position from before. When we played d4 immediately, yes.
Mm-hmm. So what do we do here after d4?
So the question is again, what happens after either knight a4 or knight b5? Because a lot of like c7 will be hanging, bishop will be hanging, knight will be hanging. So I really wonder after knight b5, what do you do?
Schmeichel always comes.
Yeah.
In the
Wait, again a Hikaru game. What the hell, Smoky?
Something with Hikaru that attracts her.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so knight b5 and
What about rook e2 and bishop d3? Just keep moving forward.
Okay. Wow. But
everything is
still
hanging.
Yeah.
Yes. Like if we just go queen d2 or something.
Or you want to take on, I don't know whether you actually want to take on d7 first.
Okay.
c7, but I don't know. It looks
I
like.
don't know either. I don't know either.
So.
But this is position for both, perfect position for Hikaru and perfect position for Alireza, because they're both such dynamic players and they love when things are just hanging. So if I see that on the board, you know what? I would be like, that would make my week even, not just a day, a week. So yeah, here, bishop f1, I guess, right? What are we thinking? I have to go for that?
Also, bishop b5 is an option or not?
Bishop b5 actually makes sense as well. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know.
Right.
No idea.
So let's say
right,
continue.
yeah.
Take and then.
Now bishop f1, yeah.
F1 and then I take.
Okay, also you have
this
knight d3, but that doesn't. I think bishop f1 makes more sense.
I'll just take on b4.
And now maybe king f1, because where does the knight go? You have to.
Oh, that's true.
Maybe to d5.
I have to go to d5.
Can I just take, check?
Yeah, that doesn't look.
Knight here doesn't look
great.
good. Or even check here first, actually. Yeah, queen d3 first. So
knight d5.
Knight d5, huh?
And maybe your suggestion, Irene, taking on b4 somehow after bishop f1.
Oh yeah. Queen maybe, yeah. Just.
Mm-hmm.
And now bishop has to go. Where does the bishop go? d3. a6. Yeah, and then this just takes maybe like this. I think this is better for white anyway.
Yeah.
Just because the pieces are more active and okay, you'll win a pawn on d4 too. So okay, so d4 is on the board and knight b5 is an option, although everything looks hanging after rook takes e2, but still fine apparently for white. What do we feel about d3? And knight b5 is on the board.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Laura.
we might see rook e2 and bishop d3. Yes. Oh, this
Yeah.
is exciting.
It's basically forced, right? Rook d3, or is there something else?
If d3 is d3 a move?
D3, yeah.
Yeah,
We see this
have to
position
check
before.
that.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Without the rook on e8.
Yeah.
And now what do we... it was just rook e1, yeah? So this one just takes this.
Yes.
Takes and then
Yes.
rook e1. And everything hangs, this one and this one. Although... Yeah, actually.
Is there a difference now with rook on e8 and pawn on a3?
Yeah, I was thinking,
Compared...
is it a better position for black maybe? Having the rook on
I
e8?
think so. Well, again, everything's hanging, but I think this is much better, yeah? What happens after knight d3 now?
Rook f5?
Rook f5.
Okay, and...
Knight takes, and I think just knight takes.
We'll take with the knight. Okay, and you're protected everywhere. Yeah, okay. Do I have to be more careful?
Hang on, let me just try to continue a bit. Here,
Mhm.
here, and then okay, you have
Yes.
bishop c3 as always. And even rook d1 doesn't really... You don't need to worry about rook d1, right? I think you can just...
Yeah.
Oh, first of all, you have this. Second, you have this. Yeah, you have plenty. Okay. So knight b5. d3 is an idea, but doesn't really look good for black in the end. So maybe black has to take on e2 anyway. And after this, how do we continue? Bishop d3?
I think so.
And then queen d2 back. Yeah, and then now you are...
Yeah, ask
You
the
have
question
options,
what to
yeah?
do. So we were saying bishop b5 here, yeah,
Mhm.
Felix.
Yeah.
And the position, ending position was fine, wasn't it?
I think white was better, right?
White was better in the end.
White was better, okay, yeah.
Here
with
and then
knight
just
d5.
here. Let's say bishop here. And then bishop c7 is there.
And then queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, and then queen d4.
Could just be lost for black.
That's true. Yeah, the pieces are just way too active and yeah, just better placed. Okay, so we... Do we want to check it? Yeah, let's check it.
Yes, let's do it.
So knight b5, let's see, rook takes e2. Ooh, this is not the best move apparently for black, maybe because of what we analyzed. After takes this, and then yes, we are right. And after takes this, hang on, where is that? Okay. And we do, what do we do after bishop takes f1?
I think we only
bishop
discussed
b5.
bishop takes b5.
Yeah,
Like
it seems
this,
more
yeah?
natural. Yeah.
Yeah, rook c5, that's good here. And then
Yes.
queen b4, yes?
Yes.
And then this, and then just bishop c7. Yes,
So
so we
+2.
we made a very good analysis there. So let's see after knight d5, d3.
Yeah.
So d3 is
Okay.
apparently the move here.
Okay.
But we saw rook takes c5. Ooh, this is not a bad, not a good move for white apparently. Because then apparently this position is not winning. Or not taking immediately, but what do we do? Taking here?
Do you? No.
There's also queen d7.
Yeah.
What else do we have here? Oh, this is interesting. Like normally you would have, yeah, you would just take, but maybe because the E1 rook cannot go anywhere anyway. So maybe take on F2 with the other knight.
But can I take on E2? No.
Take on
On
Oh,
E2 after
yeah.
knight takes F2, yeah.
Oh yeah, that one is hanging. Yeah.
So I guess Queen D7
Queen
has to be
D7
the
then.
move.
Yes, Queen D7 attacking both
Wow.
of these pieces.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And where does the rook go?
Maybe knight comes to D4.
Yes.
But there's always C5, so
That's very complicated.
so let's say here. Yeah, probably, I don't know. Which one is better, that one or the other knight?
So I guess now you have to take on E1.
Mm-hmm. If you take with the knight, then this rook comes, maybe.
Yeah, Queen E1 looks
Yeah.
looks more natural.
So Queen E1 then. But then just double the rook on D8. This is so complicated.
Yeah.
Maybe double up the rook on D8.
But it,
Oh, that's not a very good one. Wonder what it is.
again, as a human, I mean, if white consolidates, it will just be winning, and
Yeah.
it's so hard to spot how to keep it going.
Mm-hmm. Let's
Yeah,
say
this is
this
so
one.
tough.
Yeah, this is the move.
Oh.
Yeah,
Rook E4.
good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
But
No,
this
but
is
this is
got too
yeah.
complicated. So we made
Yeah.
some mistake along the way. So after D3, this is going to be the best move for black apparently, but then we shouldn't take on C5 because then black is just slightly better or equalizing the game. So
Okay.
what do we do instead?
So
Bishop D1.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's check bishop D1.
Okay, knight goes to C2. And it
Now
having the
knight
rook on knight
C7 now.
C7. Okay, this is the difference, yeah. Back in the day, not in the day, back a few moves ago, knight C7 wasn't really good move. Okay, you can just give it up for free, play rook C8 next move, and black should be fine. But now it's forking both of the rooks. So do we play knight C7 right away here? I think so, yeah. Just take it.
Yeah.
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 And somehow this position holds. Even having the knight on C2 is still better for white. Oof, far from simple.
No. So we have to play something else, the knight C2,
Yeah.
which is
Maybe I have
Knight
to take on
D5.
F2.
Oh, knight D5 doesn't work.
Huh?
No, it's this one. So take on F2 then, yeah?
Yeah, get rid of the
Oh.
With
bishop
the
on
bishop.
C5.
Yeah, and then we have the same problem at the end of the day, yeah? Knight C7 is coming.
But I thought I had at least have knight D5, and I'm protecting C7. But
So how do we take
Huh.
this? With the queen? Oh, wow.
The king.
I thought it would be just the same. But then it's
Why?
completely
Why is it-
different.
Yeah, why is it such a big difference actually? Is it because knight D5? No. Chess. Okay.
Chess.
I
Just
guess knight
okay.
D5.
Knight D5?
I mean, after queen F2, I just want to understand why it's...
Yeah. No.
No?
Is it why? What's the reason? Rook E4, but that doesn't make a lot of sense because knight C7 is coming.
Something like, oh no, queen D5 also doesn't make sense. There's knight C7.
This is funny. Can I go D2? No, that's too much. That's oh, but D2 and knight D3 actually.
Yeah, D2,
wait.
knight D3. Not a bad idea. Yeah, D2.
Wow.
Okay, wow, but that's crazy.
So we have to take it with the king then.
And then knight d5?
Yeah.
Just take on c7 or maybe?
With what?
I guess with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes sense. So bishop f2 is not the correct defense. What else?
Okay, so let's see. Knight b5 and d3 and bishop d1. And we tried bishop f2, yeah? Let's see.
There's something else. But knight a6 seems way too passive here.
I have a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Show us.
What about rook e2?
Rook e2.
Doesn't work here, yeah?
No, that
Yeah.
works. That's great.
Because the funny thing is, we had rook e2 before with the pawn on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But now we will have it without the pawn. So maybe the bishop on c5 now hits the pawn on f2 sometimes. So it's a pawn less for black, but maybe that's actually good for black.
Yeah, that makes sense. So now if we take this, takes, and somehow it's still better for white because I think we can just takes and takes this.
Where do you take on e2 first? Or where did you?
Oh, I can take on e2. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Yeah, I can take on e2, but
Oh, and that's
it's,
bad because bishop d3 is coming
Yeah, now
now,
bishop
yeah?
d3.
So basically, if not queen e2, oh wait, what? But if it's not queen e2, then what? Queen d8, rook d8, but what then, right? That doesn't seem.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think this
that
is not.
doesn't seem right. Yeah.
Rook e1?
Oh, cannot be rook e1. That's ugly.
That looks
Because
ugly, I agree.
on f2 it's hanging, yeah. Normal position, yeah. All these moves, very natural.
But what else, right? You just take on b4?
Why
not?
Yeah, or c5,
No, this is not
whatever.
good.
Let's take on c5 just for fun. Or takes on f1. Or king takes, yeah.
f1 and
Now knight d3, but then rook. No, I don't know. No, now we're losing a bishop on f5. This is so complicated.
Maybe you have to give check on d3.
Yeah,
Bishop
we have
d3.
to, yeah.
And then take on b5 possibly.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this endgame will just be very bad for black.
Then you can, I think you can just take this, yeah?
Oh, maybe queen d1, some tricks.
Oh, sorry, queen d1? Oh yeah, but at least. So what do we do? Take on b5
I thought rook b5, yeah.
Yeah, that's easier. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. And Hikaru has 20 minutes up in the clock. And they're still on move what? They're still on move 18. Oh, so many moves to go. 20.
Wow, yeah.
23 moves for Alireza actually to play.
Wow.
So we'll keep an eye on this because this is going to be well, it's already a complicated game, but it's going to continue to be quite complicated. Let's update ourselves on the leader game here. Ian versus Pragnananda. Nothing much going on. So after knight d7, as we mentioned, knight a4, knight f8. So not knight c5, but the rook left to d3, queen g4, offering the trade, but Ian didn't want it. And after b6, knight goes back to c3, and knight e6, queen e2. Now he wants the trade.
Now he wants it?
Yeah.
Okay. Why does he want it now, Felix?
You have to ask Jan.
Yeah.
Maybe he starts to sense the danger in the long run. I mean, the queen on g4 is a very strong piece, so maybe he's like trying to take the exit as soon as possible.
And are you thinking that queen will take on g4 and then have the pawn on g4 like that? Don't you think it's a better position for black if it happens?
Yeah, I agree. But what else can be the point from queen e2? Maybe he's preparing rook d2, and now he will have queen a6 check. So
Yeah,
then
but
black has to take on e2.
Yeah, black is fine with taking, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
So
Now
if this
or the next
happens, then
move,
they're just
yeah.
going to play, you know, hide and seek until 40th moves or until they find some random repetition.
Yeah, but even here, I would prefer black. I mean, it's objectively it should be equal, but as I said before, the bishop on e3 is quite passive, on the contrary to the bishop on e7.
Yeah, I agree
And
with
black
you.
in the long run has f6 g5 ideas, possibly, creating
Mhm.
some weaknesses.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I agree. This is for sure still a game for Prague. As for Jan, yeah, I guess this rook d3 lift, was not something that Jan wanted to achieve. Then coming back to e2 with a queen, so maybe that was just the wrong plan all along.
yeah.
Wow. Okay. Fun
Okay.
stuff.
We'll keep an eye on this one, but yeah, it looks quite peaceful so far. I'm sure Ian will be able to defend it if he needs to. And what we haven't seen for so long is this one, Fabiano versus FIDE. Looks quite peaceful as well. What was the last position we saw? I think it was like a5, like something like this. Yeah, after a4, and then bishop a7, that bd2, and h3, rook e1. Yeah, so far looks quite normal still. c6, preparing for d5, bishop moves back, rook e8, and d4, and yeah, d4 is met by d5, takes on e5, takes on e5. So many liquidation. Takes here, bishop here, and then yeah. And I don't think we miss much in this game because looks like everything's just very normal. But who do we like better in this position, white or black?
I would pick white.
We have more space with white. I agree. I like this a5 pawn, and b6 is kind of weakness, but I'm fine with playing black here as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you, Irene?
Should be equal.
For sure. Like, I think if we turn on the engine, it's gonna say 0, 0, 0, but
0.1.
0.1.
Slightly better. But yeah, I agree. It's looking very equalish right now, and I don't think it's a problem for FIDE to defend it as long as he didn't go tilted like yesterday. I mean, as long as he managed to, but this is a less complicated position than what he had yesterday against Ian Nepomniachtchi anyway. So
But is it so easy actually? I think it could be quite tough for black practically. What do you do here?
Okay, let's think. What do I do in this position? Yeah, knight e5 might be coming. Rook d1 might be coming.
Yeah, rook d1 is my main idea.
Okay. How do we?
Also, knight g5 could be a potential threat now that I think about it. Wait, you're right, Felix. Thanks for pointing that out. It's not so easy. And the funny thing is, if I go queen d6, you still have rook d1, yeah.
Yes.
Which is
Okay.
the funny part.
Then I'll play this one then.
Rook d1?
And then rook queen b7. I mean queen c7.
Yeah, and I thought I will just take and go knight d4.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, I might have to retreat to c8, but that doesn't look good. But maybe maybe that's necessary anyway.
Should be fine, but yeah, at least optically it looks a bit passive for black.
Yeah, optically it is passive, I agree.
And in the long run, I might have some ideas with b4, b5 potentially, as long as the pawn on a5 is not hanging.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Creating
yeah.
more weaknesses.
Good idea. So okay,
Fair
let's
point.
be a bit more concrete on this position. So rook d1 is coming. And knight d4. Oh no, not knight e5 or knight g5.
So if I start with something like queen c7 to avoid these ideas,
Yeah. And
do you
then,
just go knight g5?
yeah, could be.
Yeah, and you just go knight g5 and you're just rolling, yeah?
You're better.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, okay. I want to go bishop f5 at some point. So what if I go queen c8? Oh no, I'm losing the
No,
knight.
you're losing the knight.
My
Yeah.
idea was fine, okay? I just execution was poor. Okay, yeah, that's Felix. Do you go? What do you want to do? Knight g6 or something? What do we do here?
Yeah, I want to get bishop f5. I want to exchange these bishops, but how to
Yes,
execute it.
exactly, exactly. Oh wow. Chat, help us, please.
Maybe what we had before was fine. h6 seems quite reasonable. And just try to defend the position which we had.
Yeah, in this case, I pick white.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe this is holding on, but long term, black has more options to make a mistake, while
Sure.
white can play almost any move and keep the advantage, even though it's like slight. But oh wow, wait, that's I'm curious now. I'm curious as to what's the best move.
So let's take a look. So this actually thickens the advantage for white. So you know, actually, what's the best move in this position? Yeah. I really want to play a move like f6, but this looks
Yeah.
it doesn't look. It's just ugly. I think it's not a good move at all. So yeah. It should be h6.
By the way, h6 on the board. Yes, see, this is hard position to
this
play
is hard
for.
position.
And apparently queen c7 was not the worst idea. I don't know why not.
What happens after knight g5?
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Apparently just knight g6.
Okay.
Oh, but that's ugly. Oh.
Yeah.
So if I take this and then what do we do?
Oh,
Just
so
keep it like
ugly.
this first, yeah? And then play the rook, maybe rook e1.
Yeah.
Or take on g6. It looks
just much better for white.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why knight g6, computer wants to play knight g6 immediately to just protect all
this position, knight g6, yeah?
Yeah, he wants to
and
play
if
that.
rook d1?
Just move the queen. And yeah.
Let's say we do the same thing here and then here.
Yeah.
Hang on, maybe queen. No, it doesn't make a difference. I thought queen e7, but anyway, rook takes d8. It's the same.
And here knight d4, yeah, and now bishop c8 is absolutely correct. Or knight f8 at this point, but that's so passive.
Okay. So
yeah,
h6 is on the board, and natural. We might be seeing rook d1 soon, and then white will have better positions, but maybe it's still very defendable for black. So we'll see. What has developed a lot is this game between Caruana versus Humpy. So after knight takes c4, Connor didn't take on g2 or playing queen c8 like what we discussed. So she took on c4, and after this happened, queen a4. We kind of like stop in this position, but rook a7 apparently what Humpy did in the game. And after taking this, queen b8 and not queen a8, because we saw after queen a8 just rook takes c7, yeah? Like this. So just queen b8, protecting the c7 square, c7 pawn, and also maybe attacking b2 and everything is intact. It's just that, I mean, if she's going for a concrete approach in this position, taking on c4, I was just wondering what didn't she like about bishop takes g2, because that looks like a more normal move to me.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Like this, yeah, because then I
Yeah.
think you have to continue with knight d6 and then bishop f3 and so on.
Yeah, but I think knight d6 was the best approach, if I remember correctly. But and wait, I'm just gonna check because this is again a very complex position. Bishop f3, bishop c7 is again the problem, and the queen is trapped. So
And after rook c8?
Oh, you're not taking the rook first? Okay, I just take bishop d8.
Take the queen? Ah, you take the rook, yeah?
And I take the rook, you take the rook, I take back the bishop, you take, and apparently this endgame is almost winning for white.
Wait, how? No, I must have done something wrong.
No, it's correct.
Or maybe take this one instead of the other one.
No, rook d1 in fact is the best move, and after bishop d8, rook d7, bishop a5, knight d6.
Yeah, pawn on f7 will fall.
And you have the wrong colored bishop, I think, here, to play for anything.
Okay.
But
So
that's, yeah.
So I should have taken on d1 first then, yeah?
No, apparently bishop f3 is just the wrong move.
Oh.
So you have to go bishop h3. Bishop d5 is okay, by the way. Also bishop d5 is fine.
But we saw the position after e4. How does
yeah, and
it
after
look like?
e4, bishop c4. It's the important
Oh,
move.
it's fine. I see.
Okay, but this is very, very complicated, and I understand Humpy didn't want to go for these complications because it's really dramatic. This is something Alireza would go for, but if this is not something your style, yeah, avoid it as much as possible.
What happens after knight e8 here? Queen e8 and b3? Bishop is trapped, no?
Well, bishop b3 is apparently the move, and you will not believe it, rook b7 is -1.
Rook?
b7.
b7.
Yeah.
Okay, but oh wow.
Good luck in finding that move on the board.
Yeah. Insane.
This is ridiculous. No, this is ridiculous. This is why we don't use the engine here, because this is not chess.
But rook b7 is actually a fantastic idea. Because if c5 immediately, then I guess bishop c7, bishop d6 is the issue.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So it's okay. Rook b7 is a prevention for bishop c7. Got it. Okay, very, very understandable.
Oh wow.
Okay, so let's see what happened in the game. Knight c4, bc4, and then the queen goes to b8, and here Gochkina played rook d1.
Why can't I take on c7? Rook c7?
Probably because of b2. Wait. Oh, c8. Sorry, e8 is hanging, yeah? Maybe takes here and bishop d8.
That's genius. Yeah.
And you lose immediately, maybe? Or not? Yeah, you just a piece down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice find.
And so, okay, Goch gonna play rook d1 here and queen a8. Okay, very nice maneuver. And this position is better for white. So Konero actually made all the right calls not to go into such complications. And instead, she chose this quite peaceful line, but it maintains black's advantage because I just see the fall bar. I think it's close to +2.
With black, yeah?
With black, and it is +2 for black, sorry.
Oh.
So it's -2. Yeah. Okay,
wow,
queen a8.
Okay.
Okay, maturely speaking, it's equal. I know that for sure.
Wait, but we remember that this was not the best move by white, so taking on by black, taking bc4 immediately. So Where did we go wrong with white pieces?
Queen, no. You mean this one, yeah? Oh, sorry, this one takes like this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, apparently it's fine. We just didn't check it. So we stopped in this position, and then we thought, okay, rook has to go here, and then the queen has to go to a8.
Okay.
And then we missed that rook c7, and then, okay, this should be good for white. But what we missed is actually queen b8, which what Conero did in the game.
So smart, yeah.
Very smart, yeah. There's no point in playing queen a8, yeah. You just have to cover b7. And now rook d1 was on the board, and queen a8. And then apparently Goichkina thought that there's nothing better than trying to repeat the moves. But I don't think Conero would go there. Because now the queen is in a very well position. We had this position with white to move before, but now it is black to move. So it surely makes difference.
Yes. How do we continue, though, is the question, because I'm sure black is on the verge of winning some material on the A file, maybe even. And how do I play this? I want to go something like rook a6, but doesn't really do much for me, I guess. What do we do? Do I just go? No, I just wanted to suggest bishop f8, but then I don't have the tricks with bishop d8.
Maybe I can go bishop d8 immediately, but it looks
This looks.
I just want to make this work. I like this idea.
Oh, rook d8.
But I don't know whether it is working. And then like this, with a queen versus two rooks. But I have pawns. That's what I. Okay, you have check here, and then maybe you have here. So yeah, feels a bit too shaky for me. But yeah, maybe this doesn't work. But again, maybe I can just take this. Or actually, I can just give a check first, and then I take this, and then I'll take this. Because I can always protect my g7 pawn in that way, and I still have like extra pawns.
But I'm winning the pawn endgame, right?
Oh.
Like this, and then takes this, yeah?
No, I take on g7.
Immediately? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You already calculated that you're winning.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm in time to get the c pawn.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So maybe... Yeah.
I don't think I have to go for this with black pieces. I think that's...
But that's just an additional idea to exploit
the
back rank. So
why not bishop d8? It looks totally
bishop
ridiculous,
d8,
but I just want to go c6 next. And I don't see how to stop it.
But c6 is not a threat because I go rook a7 and bishop d8.
Yes, that's true.
So... So in
that's true for now.
case, yeah, for now, yeah, I agree.
And also in this position, I can go queen d1.
Queen d1.
And then attack this, like...
I like that idea, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, there should be something here. Rook d7 shouldn't be a good move.
No, but queen d1, I have c6, right?
C6, yeah. Oh, but I take on a7. And I take on d8.
You take again on a7, yeah. Yeah, that's always the issue. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is not
just
easy.
trying to find what's the best move here. Is king f8 a bit too slow? No, you take on c7. Okay, now c7 is the threat, yeah?
Then there's some checks at the end. So, oh, this is... I want to go something like queen f3 or some of these kind of ideas, but again, I'm not achieving anything. And also rook on e8 will be hanging. So rook c7 is just
attacking both.
Attacking both. But wait, there has to be something.
Interesting position.
Okay, okay, if I go bishop c5, do you take rook c7? Does that work? That works, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I can take on c7 and go queen b7 and take on b2, but again, this is just not better for black.
Also, the rook on e8
Also,
is hanging.
I'm losing the game after queen
Or
e8.
maybe you have to play queen b8, but then in this position the move is not queen a8. Maybe that's what computer is suggesting. And now we restart from this position, because if we don't want to make a draw, then we have to come up with something else, and then using the fact that the bishop is hanging on, not hanging, but pinned on a5.
Okay. Oh, wow. Guys.
Queen b3, something like, oh, sorry, rook e8 is hanging. So maybe, yeah, Laura?
No, this is, again, something crazy. So Felix was right. Bishop d8 is
Oh,
the
bishop
move.
d8. Okay.
But after queen d1, it's insane. Okay, it's not that insane, but the move is rook a6.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand, but at the same time,
You're preparing c6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought in general bishop d8, and my next move will be rook a6, and then I'm threatening c6.
Can I just go rook a3 here?
Bishop e7.
And then you go back.
And then this one is hanging.
Yeah.
The a5 is hanging now, because the bishop is already moved from d8. Yeah.
Wow. Do you think she will spot that? That's so tough.
Possibly.
That's so tough.
Bishop, but this is a very tough move to make, to just move backward with your bishop like this, and then looking like your rook on e8 is a bit loose. But yeah, if you set your mind to play like a concrete chess, then you have to consider all options like this too.
Yeah, no, this is
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. It's surely is very interesting position for Canero. But what might be, I would say, the first game to finish of the day is this one. Li Tingji is currently almost checkmating the king. Looks like the king is quite loose on g2. But let's see what happened, because we saw the position after knight f5, and then knight f3, bishop c6. Looks like everything. Oh, and having the bishop on d5 looks just very nice for black. And after queen a4, king b8, with normal development, and you start attacking g5. Bishop d3 takes on f3. Knight has a very good outpost on d4. Yeah, king protects f3, and then just attack h4. I mean h5,
Look at this
h3.
terrible bishop.
Exactly.
Wow.
And then g4 takes, and then I think, is there anything wrong with taking on g4? Why is it preferable to play f4? I don't understand.
She just wants to keep her files as close as she can, I guess.
Yeah, but
nothing directly wrong, but I guess she was not happy with rook g8, rook g4 coming.
Yeah,
could that be it? I'm not sure.
Not sure, because then I also have something like this and then take on d4.
You have
or
some
even
tricks.
like this idea with b4, maybe. I don't know. It's just that if you want to make some sort of reaction after g4, I think I would be feeling safer playing takes g4 instead of f4. So if you have to move the pawn, because here then I think the pawn on g4 stands so strong. Bishop e4, and then this is the current position.
So we just want to bring the queen into the game somehow from c7.
Yeah.
How are we doing it, Felix?
Unfortunately, the h7 square is protected.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Do we take on g3 now? And after f takes g3? I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to go rook h3, rook h8, but... Oh, but actually, can I go for something like bishop g3, f takes g3, knight e2? Oh, but then you take rook d8, rook d8, rook d1. So maybe you're fine. Or software,
Oh, but
it's
there's rook
fine.
d4 here.
No, that's why I thought rook d1 to be a better move.
Oh, you want
for
to...
white.
You just want to exchange it, yeah?
Yeah, I want to exchange everything at this point. How are we winning this? I'm so bad at winning positions. I'm terrible at converting games. Like, I don't mind getting into winning positions, you know, slowly I swindle someone, but you know, when I'm there, it's a blackout for me.
Yeah. This
So
looks
yeah, this
good,
is not the...
actually. But
Yeah.
let's see. Oh, takes is already happening on the board.
yeah. And now, what is there?
Okay, engine line. Okay, guys, guess the best move. The engine move, and I think it's might be even the furthest best move for black here. Like no comparison to others.
I want to make queen g7, queen h6 happen, but even after queen h6, there's always rook h1. So bringing the queen to the h file is probably too slow.
Exactly.
So queen g7, queen h6, but there's always rook h1.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What else can we do in that position then?
It's funny. It's very funny because I would never. Okay.
Can I make
Maybe
a direct...
if I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, just a direct plan with rook h6 right away and then followed by rook d h8? Or is it too slow because you have b4? But what's wrong with
Okay,
that?
now if you have b4, yeah. What's wrong with that? It's a very good question. Can I go?
Yeah, the thing is, after you give a check anyway... okay, as long as this one is covered. The king is fine on here because of the bishop. So
What happens after rook h1?
yeah, after rook h1, probably... Yeah, probably that's the best answer. So maybe I just move my queen something like this.
But now I take and go rook h1.
Okay.
And then I might come to h7.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. No, this is not the best move.
Maybe knight f5 here.
Knight f5?
Because I have 93, and if you take, then the light squares are really weakened.
I'm gonna tell you that's not the right move, but actually seems very logical.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I would like to make b6 work, but I'm worried that they might just making this bishop on e4 stance even stronger. I mean, b6 followed by knight f3 idea, but there's too many liquidation and probably the whites can just get away with it. So what's the line then, Laura?
Okay, the move is queen b6, and I think it's by far the best move by engine evaluation.
Okay.
I'm gonna check it. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to understand. Let's see. I protect this, yeah. Let's see. I'll play something like this, for example.
Okay, so after queen a3, there's knight f3, there's queen b5, you can even go c4. So you have many options because b2 will be hanging. as well.
Okay. So which one is the best move after queen a3?
Okay, apparently rook b1, but yeah, when you're passive, and then knight f5 works. I don't know what's the
Okay.
difference. Actually, I'm gonna check. If I go knight e5 immediately, bishop f5 takes on e5, rook d8, and just exchanging everything is a drawing line.
Okay.
But with the queen on b6 and after rook b1, okay, I can also go c4 again. I can play many moves. But in that case, bishop f5, e takes e5, rook d8, rook d8, rook d1 is not working because queen b2 is a check. So in this line, black is winning. In the other line, it's a draw. So which is very funny comparison.
But this is just a way to really, if you're approaching this position with a very classical evaluation, right? Like which piece that you want to improve in this position.
Yes.
The rook is already very good, controlling the h file. The knight, I don't think there is a better square than d4 for the knight at the moment. And rook d8 is just waiting for, you know, the direction of the attack. It could be on the center, it could be on the king side, and at the moment the queen is not doing anything. So if we're actually doing this sort of evaluation, we'll come back to the conclusion that okay, queen b6 makes a lot of sense, because then queen c7 doesn't have any purpose so far, apart from protecting the c5 pawn. But now we're making the queen work, and yeah, b6 is a very good square for the queen so far, and also it's stepping away from the pin on c5 with the knight on d4 too. So it's a multi-purpose move. I like it. So if I just handle this attack simple, be free, how is it going to work? Now you have knight f5 and then the queen doesn't have any access to d1. Maybe.
Yeah. That's very good point.
Yeah, okay. So that's amazing. But Litinja didn't find it. She tried
She went knight
to
f3.
not consolidate, actually simplify the position by playing knight f3. So do we take it? We should, right?
I think we should, yeah. I
Because
think we
rook
should
h2
take
is
it.
coming, rook d2 is coming if you play rook h1, so you cannot do it. So if we takes, and then king takes, what could possibly be her idea?
I want to make rook h2 work, but I feel like there's some rook c5 coming.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work. I could play queen h7 and somehow snake my way into the king's position.
Yeah, that doesn't look bad, actually.
Yeah, what do you play on that, actually?
Mm-hmm.
What's the move? I guess I can go queen c... No, I cannot go queen c2. Or maybe I can go queen c2.
This one hang. Or maybe
Which
not. You play, I mean, if I give a check.
I want to go on e3 with the king, yeah.
No, I give check on h5, so you have to be careful going here.
Yeah, but I go queen c2, queen h5,
oh, queen
king
c2.
d3.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
In my mind, it was queen c4 for some reason.
Okay.
So this one.
Because queen c2, I play rook d8, and everything's fine.
Oh, we're actually looking the position on the board right now. This is happening.
Oh, wow.
So after queen h7, yeah, now Lahno is still thinking. But yes, what happened after queen c2, yeah?
Yeah,
probably a check, because you don't want to trade your queens in this type of situation. And you have to be careful with the king. I think king e3 has to be the safest square on this position.
Yeah, and something like rook g8.
Yeah, something like rook g8. Whoa, this is totally what Litinja likes.
Yeah.
In her position, like it's not necessarily winning, but it's posing so many problems for white to solve. While she's just enjoying, all this attack. White has to be very precise in how solving these problems. So yeah, after rook g8, how do you handle the attack on g3 then? Rook g1?
I guess rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1 has to be played.
Funny.
Gotta be
Yeah,
careful now.
this is. Huh.
I mean, white could also win this, yeah,
Yes.
if she manages to consolidate. Pawn on c5 is hanging.
Yes.
Oh,
C5
by the
is
way,
hanging. Yep.
Conner just repeated the moves.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Bishop, yeah, maybe getting tired already and
Yeah.
nothing much to fight for is. Wait, let me see the standings in the women. So
Mm-hmm.
actually, Connor is still there. I mean, if she
Oh.
wants to push, right? I mean, if she wins 6.5, Li Tingjie probably is drawing the game with 7.5, so 1 point difference. And actually, the leader right now, Tanzongi, is in trouble against Salimova.
Yes.
We'll get to that, but it's just, yeah. How do we make sense of Koneru's decision? Maybe it's not that clear to her that the position was better.
I guess bishop d8 was also
Not
the only way
obvious.
to.
Was it the only way, Laura,
Yeah,
to
the only way.
play for advantage in this position?
The only way was bishop d8. Yes. I mean, you
Wow,
could
that's
could
not
have.
obvious at all.
No, not at all. It was. I think by far. Yeah. Wait. Let me just check. I mean, queen b8, and after rook d1, you could go c3 or c5, but the advantage is just disappearing. Apparently,
Yeah.
c3 is not bad as well, but of course, this is another thing you have to calculate.
Yeah, c3. Oh, yeah.
And it's very tough. So understandable if you don't see or think that bishop d8 is working, you know what, taking a draw is a safe option.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, and let's take a look at this one because this might be the unpredictable upset in this round. I mean, Tanzongi is currently leading and Salimova is currently in the bottom of the leaderboard. So we saw the position. Did we see this game? We saw the game up to now I remember.
Yeah.
Yes, so this one. Yeah, after bishop d2, she played it, bishop d6 and b4 according to Felix's idea, and knight goes here. I think it would be quite a transposition anyway. It doesn't matter where the knight goes, here and then f4 and then e4. So you're just playing in the center. You're right. If black doesn't know or is not careful on how to play this position, the plan for white is quite easy.
Yeah.
The b4 pawn is standing so strong, and then you're just playing on the center right now with your majority of the pawns. And knight b3, and now, yeah, the knight is spoiled with this option, or maybe something like this if c5 doesn't happen. So rook d8, and then bishop c3, rook f8. Black cannot do anything because the pawn on e4 and f4 are just so strong. And rook fe1, bishop c8, basically just waiting move. Now knight c5 comes forward, h5, knight e3, starting to give this attack, e5. Now it's all forward moves. Knight c4, rook d1 sideways, and then after b3, you take the e6. And then, yeah, slowly but surely, all the pieces just going forward and dominating. And b5, now, at least in the long term, this pawn is going to be a backward pawn. This one will be fallen anytime soon. And as I speak, it is actually the right time to take it now. And rook e7, h3, knight h6, and king g2. Wow.
b5 was actually very tricky.
Which one?
Because b5.
Oh.
What she played.
This
because
position.
I guess b5 98 is the first question, but now there's bishop b6 check. After knight takes e8.
Okay. So preparing
Just
for this
to
one.
point it out.
I see. So if this one happens, and there's bishop c4, and you're pretty much made in a few moves. If this one, then at least, oh no, you're just winning, yeah?
Yeah.
Because of this discovery. So you cannot take on e8 right away, and therefore bishop takes c6, giving a square for the king to run to g2. In case of bishop b6, and now after rook e7, h3, kicking the knight, and after that king g2. I like this approach. I like how Salimova is playing her game. But like what I said in the beginning too, Salimova I think is already out of contestation to win the candidates anyway, and she doesn't have anything to lose anymore. So, and she's been playing unpredictably. Like sometimes she's playing very well, but sometimes she's also, I mean, she has this type of approach that makes her not a pleasant opponent to play against. And Tanzongi maybe is having the pressure to win the tournament too. You never know about her mental strength, right? Maybe, oh, I'm leading, I should maintain at least. Well, I'm playing black and I'm playing against the bottom field. So, but Salimova has been playing, I think, beyond her level. Just, I think, outplaying black completely.
Yeah, this game is absolutely fantastic. I really,
Yes.
I'm really impressed by her play here.
Yeah.
She's really playing a masterpiece, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
And against the leader, who is clearly leading the candidate. And yeah, Felix, this opening, like we said at the beginning, it looks suspicious, but she knows exactly what she's doing. She loves that position, and it's clear that she understands it. And now I think she's gonna win. Yeah.
Kudos to her seconds too. Yeah. Because for showing her this line, and then okay, of course, probably she already knows it. We don't know, but this is such a good preparation too. Looks quite dubious, but again, in chess, you shouldn't judge the book by its cover. You actually have to understand the position, and she understands it, and she plays much better chess. Just very, very principled, and I don't see any mistakes actually. For 30 moves, the way she plays is just very easy to understand as well, and yeah. Wow, again, this might be the upset that we're looking for.
Yes, and somebody asked like if she could score GM norm in the candidates.
It is possible if she scores well, but I don't think with her current.
I think so too. Yeah.
I don't think so. So let's see what she's on. Okay, 4, and then we have. No, I don't think so. So with 7 out of 14, let's say she won all the games. Yeah, 7 out of 14. Nah, I don't think. I don't think that's enough. Because you actually start counting from round number 9. Like after round number 9, I don't think she makes the requirement, and then round number 10, also I don't think she makes it, and then actually the last 2 rounds is just making the TPR going down, because she just made 2 losses in a row. So yeah, I don't think she's gonna make. But she almost make it though. I mean, if there were no losses on round 10 and 11, if she just maintains half a point each, I think her TPR is still very good, and maybe she got a chance to get the GM norm, but I don't think she has at this point.
Yes, if she beat Vaishali in the winning position, I think she would be very close to a GM norm. Yeah, and I think it would be also her 3rd, if I'm correct.
I don't know. I think she.
I remember. Yeah, sorry.
No, I think she made her maiden norm in Baku, just being the finalist.
No, I was there when she made her first GM norm, and
some
it was in
open
Italy.
tournament. Yeah.
I
Now I
was
remember.
there. So I guess Baku was 2nd. So I guess this would be her. She doesn't have the rating yet, of course, but very close to a GM title. Yeah, she plays. If she plays like this every game, like she does against Stan, very close.
Yeah. Wow, this is such a nice position to look at as white. And yeah, she's just enjoying this game for sure. Time situation a little bit concerning because she has 8 minutes on the clock for the next 10 moves. But again, in the women's section, every player has another 30 seconds increment for every move. So and the position is not complicated for white at all. So she can just play around and not making any committal play until move 40 if you want to. There's some strategy like that when you're having sometimes trouble, but wow, this could be an upset, and it's looking like it, Laura.
For sure, yeah, I believe in her. I mean, I think like she's just dominating at this point. Black will try some tricks, but yeah, I mean, such a dominating position. I think she can almost play anything with white, and just enough to make the time control, and then think how to convert this into a win. I mean, she's a pawn up already, so that's a good start, but
Yes,
of
yes.
course, all her pieces are standing great.
By the
Yeah.
way, we can come back. I can already know. I've been spending a few days with Felix in the commentary and with you, Laura. I can tell from Felix's face he wants to suggest this game, Hikaru versus Alireza, because it has turned into something that we might actually see it in our analysis. So after knight b5, yes, Alireza chose to play d3 here. Rook takes c5, takes only 2.
Wow.
I think this is,
Okay.
yeah, we saw this in our analysis. Yeah, rook e1, knight d3 and just takes here, takes
Oh
here,
yeah, we saw
takes
that.
here, but this is good for white.
Wait, we said 91 is the wrong move, yeah?
No, it was different.
Oh, it was?
It was different
Really?
because this position, I remember we put, I told that let's play a few more moves and just to show, and then we end our analysis in this position after
No,
bishop
queen
c3.
b7 was the move. Sorry. Yes, we had this on the board, yeah?
So yes, taking immediately is not the right move, but queen
Yes.
b7 is.
Yeah, but
Yes.
very hard to find.
Very hard to find this, yeah.
But what could be, I mean, just taking
A drawback, yeah?
Yeah, a drawback on this move because no, Alireza must have seen queen d7. I'm pretty sure. But what didn't he like in this position after queen d7?
How much time did he spend on knight takes e1?
Yeah, good question. So he has 2 minutes. But I think this is like one package deal when you actually, we never know about Alireza.
Yeah.
But okay, he spent d3 for, he spent 20 moves, 20 minutes for d3. So he must have tried to calculate this position till the end. But this is a position on the board, and then knight takes e1, knight takes e1, and queen d2. So he was thinking, okay, I mean, bishop takes has to be played, nothing else. Then, and he feels comfortable holding this position.
Yeah, we had this position. In fact, we said rook d8, bishop c3, and white is very comfortable here. And I think we were correct with the evaluation as well.
Yeah.
So maybe in this position we have to exchange the rook right away. Isn't it easier to play with the other rook off of the board? But okay, Alireza play rook a d8. Now I think bishop has to go to c3, and then maybe playing rook d1.
But h3, right?
h3, yeah. h3.
But h3 I have knight e5, maybe.
Yeah, rook d1, h3, knight e5.
Sorry, rook d1, h3, knight e5.
Tricky Felix.
I guess that's the only plan, to watch out for knight e5, knight e3.
Yeah.
But how to prevent it?
How to prevent it? That's a very good question. So I cannot go h3. I cannot go f3, I assume.
Also,
you can't?
I would assume I have knight e3, but
rook c5?
You cannot go where?
f3 instead of h3.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I want to make king f2 happen, but obviously it doesn't look perfect to let the knight into e3.
But you're right, because king f2 is going to be strong. So we have rook c5, knight c2, just king f2.
Here, rook c5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we do here? Yeah, king f2 is just very nice. Yeah, f3 maybe is... I was thinking then also about g3, just to not allow the knight on e3, and then go king g2, but maybe this is smoother.
g3, like this?
Bishop
sorry,
c3,
bishop
rook
c3
d1,
first. Yeah. Bishop c3, rook d1, and g3.
Kind of not to, like, kind of just to go king g2, but also f3 I think should work.
Maybe rook e5 here.
Rook e5 here.
Maybe.
Finding all the ways.
I had this idea with h3 because rook e5 looks nice, but
yeah,
with g3, does it work still? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's actually possible too. Maybe G3 is a bit too slow. Like, we have to come up with something more concrete, because what's the idea here? If I don't move any of the pawns, just simply play, let's say, knight d4 or knight c7.
Knight c7, there's rook c8. And I have rook c3 if you move the knight.
Rook d5, that's what I was going to play.
But rook c7?
I thought I can make the back rank, but of course.
Yeah, it's protected.
Yeah.
Yeah, this blind spot always happens. Okay, so maybe maybe it's a bit too
Maybe f3
greedy.
has to be played.
Maybe f3, yeah. And we saw knight e3, but is there any other move? I think the knight has to be. Knight has to play, maybe.
Another idea is knight e5, actually.
In this position.
Yeah.
And king f2?
I was something like rook e1 could be played, maybe. Maybe. Not sure.
But this I can take, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's how you live, yeah. And
let's say you take, yeah, I think this just wins. Okay, you can try. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah. That one is not really great as well. But is it like this? Let's say I play here, takes and then rook
tricky.
here.
But I have bishop c3 after rook c1.
Oh, you have to be very, very precise.
Yeah.
Yeah,
whoa.
that's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
This might be okay. I guess here I go e1, bishop e1, rook c2, but yeah. I mean, if somebody's just
No, this is just winning. You can just put the bishop here, maybe, or just takes. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Rook d1 is already on the board, so we are on the right track now. So we're talking about f3, whether this is like the best move in this position for white. Let's actually check, because I'm curious. Yeah, f3 works. Actually, after rook d1, yes, f3, not the best move, but it still maintains some advantage. What could be the best move? Let's see one by one. This doesn't work. I think of the rook knight e5 is just winning. I mean, drawing. This one also doesn't work. So can we actually take on this? But there's rook c8. But there's knight d5 too. No, this doesn't work. Maybe because what? Not rook c8, Felix.
I mean, rook c8, rook c5 is an option.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. But maybe again rook e5.
So maybe double up the rook. You just want to take and then rook d1. Because it still works this way.
Rook e5 is the move.
Rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5, yeah.
Wow. How do you stop anything, yeah?
That's right. Nice.
Because now if rook f4, now rook c5.
Yeah, exactly.
So
by the way,
he got to play
f3 is on the
f3.
board, yeah, which is the best move. Actually, I checked.
Oh, it is the best move, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually correct, yeah. Just the engine, it's hard to evaluate for him, I guess. These all ups and downs.
Wow, okay. So this is a very interesting position for sure. But I think we have to move to the other games and try to update ourselves. Nothing much going on in the game between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Pragnananda. Still after, yeah, something like this, like knight c3 and queen e2 takes, and then they try to simplify the positions even more in a few moves. And yeah, so many straights on f4, and the rook has to move back eventually. And after takes, yeah, we're just gonna see a few more moves. I think they're gonna agree a draw in 5-4 moves. Takes here, g4, and now this is the current position. So still not over yet, I guess, because the king might possess something here, but the knight is controlling everything, of course. And yeah, how do we respond this g4 move? Just rook h8 back?
Rook h8 is one option.
Yeah.
Or you can also take something like this with knight f5, but then we found the repetition.
Yeah.
This might be it. But okay, rook h8 is there. You want to take this and knight f5. So if black is ambitious, maybe black will do it. But as we speak, he took on g4. Yeah, I like this position better, actually, with rook h8. But okay, we see this on the board, and rook e7. So instead of knight f5, yeah, just protect the pawn like that. So yeah, the game might actually end in a few minutes, because I don't think any of the players are looking for something more than a draw in this position. So we don't really miss much. I think Ian, well, depends on how Gukesh and Hikaru are doing. If Ian drew this game and Hikaru won, they will share the leadership. And if Gukesh also won, then they will also share it. So it's going to be very interesting, given that the position between Hikaru versus Alireza is currently better for Hikaru. And also good time management as well. Hikaru still has 30 minutes for the remaining 15 moves, while Alireza is pretty much in time trouble right now, only having 13 minutes for the remaining 15 moves as well. So we see this f3 and knight e3 is on the board. Where does the rook go?
I thought rook c5.
Rook c5, yeah, and you just grab the pawn. And yeah, if anything like this happens, you always have king f2 in your pocket. So okay, Hikaru is still thinking, but I'm sure he's seen this move, because otherwise f3 would be quite committal. And the game between Anna versus Vaishali has developed quite interestingly, having the pawn on e7, but it's not gonna go any further. So we leave the position up to queen g6, actually. Oh, and h4. So king just went to g7, yeah, just trying to shuffle the pieces. And rook f1, bishop f5, getting to a better diagonal maybe. But knight c5 stopping it. So okay, bishop f4, f6, and e6. And now rook goes here, and rook stops it. And what happens next is really interesting. Takes. It looks like white is controlling the game because of these pieces, but turns out the pawn on e7 really cannot be improved. And after this, and some moves like this, rook c6 and queen f4, we have the current position on the board right now. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Are you gonna take the queen or not, Laura?
No, we have to calculate, because after queen f4, we have to play bishop f4, and rook e7 cannot be played because of knight f8. Of course, this is not over, but
So it takes, and
I have to take with the bishop,
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think, and now after rook e7, knight f8.
yeah.
I mean, black's still a pawn up, but
Should be a draw.
yeah, I think we should be surviving. We'd move like rook c7 maybe even, because opposite color bishops. So after queen f4, I don't think I have to take, right?
There is this one idea that I don't know whether it's working or not. We have to calculate, of course, that I'd like to take on this.
Yeah.
And then bishop e4.
Oh.
So
Tricky.
yeah, if you play queen d2 or I don't know, queen h2, then I'll just take the e6 knight. And okay, but this is also quite tricky. Check here, you cannot take, yeah? Because takes here is a knight under promoter's knight. And then you're just in time to save the g2 pawn. So yeah, maybe after this actually knight f6. And so after king h8,
Yeah.
I guess, and now you have to start thinking about this.
What do you do actually?
Yeah, if you do here, then I might just
I'm gonna
take
take,
on
yeah.
e7.
Exactly.
So
Okay. I was thinking about queen d8, but queen g2 is checkmate,
yeah.
so I stopped myself.
So this might be actually quite a candidate line that
Yeah.
that black can
Oh,
try.
I like this.
The
I
knight
like
is
this
trapped,
sacrifice.
so you can get it at some point.
Okay, so after bishop e4,
Okay, so
oh,
takes, bishop e4.
is the yeah, sorry.
I mean, yes.
Is the yeah, tell,
Go
continue,
ahead.
continue. No, you continue and I will say what.
No, I mean, you have to somehow stop this, yeah? So you can play knight f8 with that idea, or you can take on this, but let's see if this actually works. You only have one check here, and you have queen d7.
27, yeah, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, and I cannot play
But
queen g6. I can, yeah, this is winning for white maybe.
no, I have a draw anytime with queen e1,
Oh,
queen
that's
Yeah.
true.
e4.
So maybe we
So
can try that first. Check here, and then at least grabbing this pawn. And maybe going first here and then check here. I don't know whether it makes any difference. Yeah, I don't see anything.
oh, that's a fair point, yeah. Okay.
So if that happens, then white has to go to this line then and force the perpetual. Okay, so
I was thinking, that's why I wanted to disturb you. After rook d6, can I start with knight f8, maybe?
Yeah, I thought the same.
Because now wherever you go, I can either take on g6 with a check, or if you go to g8, I have some checks later in the game, yeah?
yes, that's
Um,
right. That's very tricky. Yeah, if I do this, then you have this at least check, yeah?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So okay, rook d6 is a bit too much. That's not really a good move. Okay, what else do we think in this position?
Can I go simply king g8?
King g8. It's not simple.
Simple for Felix.
Simple for Felix. King g8, yeah.
Well, just moving out of the check for the near future, but
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that move. It's a quiet move. By the way, they're on which move? They're move 35, yeah? And they're both gonna be in time trouble soon. Okay, this is fun.
Yeah, after king g8 looks good because now I can try my idea later if you're not careful. Because there is no more check on f8. Yeah, so this is nice.
Can I go knight c7 now?
Knight c7.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can.
Okay. Chess is hard.
Yeah. Way too hard.
Way too hard.
Wait,
I don't know why we're playing it, yeah?
Hang on, what's the evaluation of the ticks?
Rook e7.
Rook e7, I give a check. Oh, but this shouldn't be winning, yeah? I think. I mean, I take this, but I don't think that's winning. Or does
I don't know.
Or is it?
I don't know. The knight is not doing a great job.
So you take take, and
Yeah.
let's move the knight and,
And
bishop
bishop
here.
f7
Yeah, bishop f7
important.
is...
And then you are just going after this pawn, and
Yeah.
your c pawn is very powerful. So I don't know. This looks like another possibility as well. So this is my approach. I have like a more direct approach. Like if I can finish the game in a concrete way, I'll do it. Instead of like king g8 move, let's very quiet move. Of course, it's a good move, but not my typical line. Is there anything else after knight c7 apart from rook take e7?
Rook e7 is good, by the way. I checked.
Yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
computer likes it.
Computer likes it. There's of course another move, but I think if rook e7 works, why complicate stuff? Yeah.
Okay. So king g8 then, we like it. And Faishali has to move fast. She has less than 6 minutes for the remaining moves.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to watch in the time trouble. Anna will be fighting, but of course this endgame seems to be always better for black, if not even winning. Just everything seems to be in the right place. But of course black can still blunder, yeah.
Right.
Like
And
this bishop e4 stuff.
the game between Lahno and Lichess can finish anytime soon. I think they're going to repeat the checks. There's nothing else to be played in this position for black, but repeating the moves. And yeah, so we didn't really miss much there. We saw the position up to queen h, not this queen h7, this queen h7. So queen c2, yeah, check, king e3, queen g4, takes, and rook g1, yeah. I mean, white defends the position very well. And okay, then after rook f4, there's nothing really going on here. And you just gives all these checks, and queen d1 is already on the board, and they already move 40, and they already agreed for a draw. Okay, so we have two results currently from the women's section, 2 draws between Lahno versus Lichess and Grechkina versus Conero. And what is currently critical, okay, the game Hikaru versus Alireza is very critical.
So he took knight c7 instead of rook c5.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was like, I was not sure about my move knight c7, but it is still fine, yeah? Oh, no. This is different position. It's already f3, but okay. Here, rook e7. And now, where does the knight go? Just back to b5 or rook c5?
Rook c5 has to be played, right?
Yeah, rook c5 looks pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
You're threatening for this knight d5. And get the back rank mate.
Knight c7 was the best move, by the way, apparently, by chat.
I see.
So that's very nice. Yeah, and just rook c5. I can even go rook b5 if I wanted to be artistic, but why would I,
Artistic.
Artistic.
Right. Or, yeah, rook b5 looks good. I agree too. Yeah, you just want to attack the back rank. And the rook on f5 was quite misplaced. Okay, it was under attack anyway. All right, so Hikaru is standing nicely here, and he has a better time situation than Alireza.
Good chances to win this one.
And what might be a grind is the game between Fabi versus FIDE, because I underestimate the position. I thought it's going to be very easy for black. Turns out Felix has proven it that it's not easy for black to defend this. So we saw the position up to h6, and in this position Fabi just calmly play b3. Queen c7 was happening on the board, and rook goes to e1, and rook left to e3, pretty much holding everything together. Queen h5. Yeah, just to show the viewer that this one is. I mean, it's very rare. It's very rare in this event that the players just have like one move threat like that.
Yeah.
Usually it's like hidden or, you know, like a few moves ahead, but this is just one move threat. King f8 back and queen c5, king e8 again. And now white changed his approach. He played g4 and then queen f4 and then king g2. So how many moves already? Like maybe 10 moves. And white has been trying to improve the position little by little. And the computer likes it. The advantage is getting bigger for white in this position. And there's nothing else that black can do. Felix, what do you think? Is it going to be like a nightmare to defend this position? Is it going to be torture?
Yeah, I think it's still very tough. I'm not sure about g4 since it weakens the white king considerably, but yeah, I understand Fabi's decision that he doesn't want to exchange rooks like I wanted, because it simply keeps more pressure. Rook on e3 stands very, very, very strong.
Yep.
Controlling the e-file. And always having these rook takes e6 ideas as well. And yeah, g4. I guess he thinks that the king is anyway quite safe. It can come to g2. And as long as the black knight doesn't appear on f4, it should be quite safe. And I don't think the knight from e7 can come to f4, since after knight g6 there's always bishop takes c6.
Yep.
So, and he also controls the f5 square with g4. So
yeah, I like it, and I wanted to go knight h4 here just because I want to go knight f5 at some point. Yeah, and g6 doesn't work because of knight g6, I think.
Just be careful of rook d2.
Yeah, rook d2 or queen d4. Yeah,
Yeah.
both of them are moves that I don't want to see on the board. So
But that's an idea to
doesn't
keep in
work.
mind, yeah, because if you can successfully put the knight on f5 without making your position bad, then it's already a success. Okay, things are looking good, but how do we proceed if we were white here?
This is going to be a long grind, I feel like. Do I start with something like queen b4 just to stop rook d2 ideas? But
Queen
this
b4?
is because I also threaten knight e5 at some point. Yes, I have to be careful. Yes.
Be careful.
But if there was not this knight d5, I also threaten knight e5. Yeah, because b7 is going to be hanging in some lines.
Actually,
but yes, of course.
I was not sure. Hang on, let's continue.
We want to continue.
This one takes, and then bishop g6, king here. Looks a bit loose. I can just give some check, but maybe it's not enough, yeah? But I don't know.
Do you still have checks?
No, we don't. We don't at this point. We don't. But I mean, if I play queen c5 back, okay, you can just play anything. Yeah, knight c7 or knight whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be fine. Okay, so let's not do that.
Yeah, okay, so how do we... Okay, he's gonna answer it for us because he played rook e4.
Oh, rook e4.
I think rook e4.
So kicking the queen, where does the queen go then?
I was thinking about c1, but well, I don't know what he has in mind after this. Knight d4 maybe? No, the rook d4 is coming.
But I can take and take.
Yeah. Okay, I can take with the rook and go something like queen d6, trying to threaten some checkmates.
But,
actually very interesting, yeah.
Knight d4, rook d4, rook d4.
Yeah.
Queen c2, and then I have...
Queen d6, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe this just like this, and then this might be... I don't know. I can give checks all the time.
And knight e5, I might also have queen b8 first, right?
Queen b8.
I don't know, but...
And after this, you want to take?
B7.
Yeah. And this...
Okay, that's...
and then...
We just take everything on d5, yeah.
Okay.
But there's queen e4 check.
Yeah, there's queen
after
e4 check.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I should be a draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so queen d6 is already on the board after rook e4. Now you shouldn't exchange the queen, but maybe where does the queen go? e3 maybe?
Yeah, e3 is fine. And also played.
Yes, and he played it.
Yeah.
Queen e3 is on the board. Yep. Looks... I mean, I think both of the players, especially white here, just doesn't want to commit to anything yet because the position is nice. He can enjoy it for the next 8 moves until making the time control, and then he can think of a more concrete plan on how to continue this one. Okay, so things are looking fine, and Hikaru is also looking good. Alireza still has to defend. Yep.
Yeah, I think we saw something like that already. So I want to check Gukesh's knight on 8-7. Did it come out?
Oh my gosh, we I totally forgot about this. Okay. Hang on. So what was the position? Somewhere before this. So like this, yeah, and then knight goes here, b6 and knight e4. And bishop b7, yes, we saw it. And h4. Queen c7 and rook here. So you cannot take the e5 because of bishop f4. And bishop takes, queen takes castle, bishop f4. So yeah, white is enjoying the space. And after this, knight f8. So finally some improvement for the knight there. And then once knight was about to improve to g6, there's h5. Now b5 is on the board, offering this trade of the pawns. And after bishop f1, rook goes back to b6 and doubling up the rook. So it's looking good for Nijat, to be honest. And rook db8, a4, rook b3. And we continue this way. And takes. Okay, finally it's the endgame. And bishop here, holding on to f2. And after this, white is down a pawn, but white has 2 bishops that can compensate it. Bishop here, and yeah, this pawn on a5. I know Nijat might be sacrificing it, but this can be a problem in the future.
But also the knight can be a problem in the future because it has not moved from f8 for a long time, yeah? I mean, yeah, bishop a4 is coming. Felix, what do you think? Is black pushing here, or is white pushing here, or is it just like equal?
I think it should be equal. Bishop is coming to a4, as you said. Pawn on c6 is weak. I don't see how black can make any progress, really.
Nor white, or do you think white has more chances actually here?
I don't think white could create something. I mean, maybe black can play for some g5, but it's the only active plan I see, to be honest. Also getting out the knight. Like maybe a g5 here, but yeah, why not?
Actually, I agree. So g5 takes, knight g6.
Yes.
So what do you want to do? G5?
Yeah, g5.
It was just a suggestion.
G6,
I like it, yeah, because you finally want to activate this knight. And what do we do with white now? Because if I take on h6, knight e5, right?
Yeah, then at least I'm sort of active. And if you take on g6 and then on h6, then at least I have the passed a pawn, and it will be quite strong, I think.
You can just move it right away now, yeah.
Yes, I like it. I like g5 idea.
Yeah. So, I mean, Gukesh might be thinking about it now, but what has turned into a completely different direction is the game between Anna versus Vaishali, because it doesn't look like it's winning anymore for Vaishali. So after queen f4, actually, king g8 was played, and knight c7, and here I suggested this move, and here we actually saw this one, takes, and instead of knight e6, It's knight e8. We completely missed it. Because now you kind of have to take on e8 or king f8, like what happened in the game. Because so this is a very clever simplification by Anna.
But is it really a draw? Like what happened in the game? It
like
looks
this. Okay, I mean, with
it looks winning for black.
Still a pawn up, yeah. Actually, it's winning.
No, the material is equal, right? But
yeah, but
I think
the long run.
I will run with the king to the queen side.
That's true. So I don't think, okay, white cannot afford of exchanging this knight with the bishop by playing b3, because this is just a losing pawn endgame, I would say.
Yeah.
So after bishop f7, white has to move the knight, and once white moves this knight, this one will be fallen. So here, let's say it takes this, and then it's gonna be quite a longer endgame, but I think eventually black will win. If black wins this one, then what a performance by Fashali then. Just coming back from 4 losses and, with 3 wins immediately. So yeah, things are looking good so far for Fashali after bishop f7.
Can we turn on the evil bar just to see?
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's quite big advantage for black right now. Yeah, so once this pawn is being taken, you can just simply improve the king, and then maybe you never know which direction the king will go. Maybe going to the pawn, or maybe stay here and then
can we check knight d2, bishop a2, b3, just to see where the king will go?
I will run to b4 probably.
Yeah, this one is maybe b4.
And king is
king
much
G6,
closer than white's
like
king.
this.
Yeah,
a bit too far.
Yeah,
like this,
way
and
too
it just
far.
takes. And then this pawn is it's gonna determine the game. Okay, so wow, so Vaishali is en route to get the 3rd win in a row then. Looking good. And also what's looking good is Salimova, just closer to her victory against the leader. And we saw the position up to, I'll somehow get it here, bishop b3. And rook goes to d4 and rook e6, bishop here, and then slowly now having a better pawn structure again, like moving one by one. And after f6, knight goes here, offering the trade, and bishop takes, knight here, and takes. Yeah, this knight on h6 doesn't work really well. And here b3, bishop f7. Oh, she's been playing amazing chess this
fantastic.
one, like really not giving any chance. g5, knight f7, bishop d5, pin the knight, and king h8. Now f6 again. Look at just very, very systematic as well. Like f6 takes, and now rook has to move.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 squares here and here for rooks to move. And then you can take this and take this if you want. There's a very easy continuation if you don't want to think of anything else. Or maybe rook okay, to give meaning, maybe rook a7 to protect a6. Although I don't know whether it's...
I like rook e4 idea by white to go just after the h.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, rook e4.
Yeah.
Looks GG, yeah?
It looks GG, but of course not so easy when you have to convert against a strong player. But wow, Salimova playing a perfect game, maybe game of a lifetime even, I could argue that.
So how things are going to change actually? Let's take a look. So Tan Zhongyi will still be on 7.5, Li Tingji is on 7.5, so they share the lead again. Lahno is on 6, Conor is on 6, Alexandra Grechkin also on 6. Vaishali will be 5.5, assuming that Vaishali wins this endgame. So Salimova will be 5. So Anna will be the bottom.
Oh wow, Anna, she has 4 winning positions till now, and if she loses this one, she falls to the last place. Yeah,
she will fall into the last place.
Very unfortunate event for her. She's much stronger, but this is just kind of also luck. I think luck takes place in her games a lot, and she's not on the lucky side.
Exactly.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So that's gonna be changing a little bit, but the leaders are still sitting quite in a relaxing way. So both Litinje and Tanzongi will lead with 7.5, and the next pointers are on 6. So it's like 1.5 points gap in the remaining 2 games. So it is almost certain that only one of them will will win. Of course, it's not certain like 100% because anyone still can catch up or anything, but by statistics, it's just between Litinje or Tanzongi who's going to win the women's candidate.
Yeah, and still, okay, if Tanjong will loses today, of course, anything can still turn around.
Right.
But I think that she already lost. It's not gonna be her first loss if she loses these games, and we saw her bounce back immediately. I think she won the next game even.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem for her. But yeah, I mean, just overall, each player can. I mean, this is proof that even a player that's on the last spot right now can outperform the first player right now. So, wow, anything can happen.
Right. Okay. So rook c7 is already on the board, and I really like your idea, rook e4 and taking on h4, or any sort of position also wins. Yeah, I think you can also take this, but why taking the knight when your bishop is a better bishop anyway? So we'll see what Salimova will come up with, and she has 15 minutes on the clock. She has enough time to convert this position into a victory. And let's come back to the boys here. The grind.
Gukesh played g5.
Oh,
actually.
Gukesh played g5. So according to the analysis, g5, hg, and then knight takes g6, and king g2 is already on the board. So are we going to take on f4, or are we going to do something else?
Felix, please enlighten us.
Well, I don't think Gukesh wants to go into an opposite colored bishop endgame. Just trying to keep pieces on the board, since I feel like he really wants to push for a win in this game.
Definitely.
So I think he wants
Maybe
to
rook
keep some
b8.
pieces on the board.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you. Yeah, maybe something with rook b8 and just pretty much improve or activate the rook, because the rook doesn't really do anything there on c8. And one problem is already solved, that's the knight. And now another problem with the rook.
Maybe king g7.
Oh, king g7.
Natural.
And
so to meet this with this, yeah?
Yes. And I also want to make knight e7, knight d5 happen.
Knight e7, knight d5.
Yeah,
because now this is
if I go, exactly, pawn on h6. That's why king g7.
That looks really like a sound idea.
Maybe.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said, let's just celebrate that the knight is back on the 6th rank.
Yeah.
Oh,
So Gukesh can have a mini celebration now, and if we move it past the 6th rank, we could be winning.
It took a long time for the knight to come back, right?
Yes, he finally made it happen. So it's quite a success now for Gukesh's position. At least he's no longer uncomfortable. I think the position already is quite balanced and offers so many nuances for Black to try to win the game. So what do we have here? We have Hikaru versus Alireza, and after the position, rook c5. Rook c5 is somewhere. Hang on, I will find it here. And f6, and bishop b4. King goes to f7, h4, okay, h5, and king f2. So everything is protected so far. And rook b1, knight d5, knight d1, and king goes to g3. Rook e5, knight goes to d3. Okay, rook e8, bishop e1, now changing the place with the knight, and now after knight takes b2, rook b5. And okay, what do we see in this position? We have to do something with the knight on b2. It's currently pinned.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook d1. I think this is the only move. Yeah, I think this is the only move. Alireza is in time trouble. He has 1 minute left for the remaining 5 moves.
Oh, wow. 5 moves and under 1 minute.
And no increment, yeah? So you gotta move fast here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And okay, he found rook d1, of course, very easily. But now the question is, how can white complicate things?
You have to give a check first.
Oh, I don't want to give a check because that makes it easy for black, right?
No, I forced you to play king g8.
Okay.
And then now I can think of how to deal with this knight. So maybe I have to take it anyway.
Maybe you're right.
But okay, even if you go to this position, it should be fine, I guess. But thinking of this pawn, maybe
You still have knight
c3. Yeah.
Yeah, but rook c3 and probably a draw, huh?
Ah, that's right. Okay, so rook d1. I mean, if we want to take it, we can take it right away now. Also, I don't think taking with the knight is a good move here because you're just giving the chance for this pawn to promote. So
I mean, according to the evil bar, the advantage has decreased, right?
it has decreased.
Considerably.
I see it, yeah. Wait, I'm gonna check where did we go wrong. Okay, so bishop e1 was wrong. Okay.
Oops. So this has happened. So rook takes b2, rook takes d3. Of course, Alireza just took 1 second to do it. And finally, rook b7 check. The king has to go back to g8.
Yeah, again, one easy move, or f8, yeah.
F8, there's bishop b4, maybe. Oh, king f8.
Oh.
So he's fine with it, yeah?
Good for him, yeah.
That's okay.
Because of the king g8, maybe there was knight e7 check. He probably didn't like that.
Are we worried about it? King h7, though?
Knight f5.
Okay. Oh, knight
this is the
f5.
idea.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So king f8 is on the board, and I think we can safely play king f2, just, so that we can have this idea again. So that this pawn is protected.
But what about the knight on d5? We have to.
It's been a long
We have to move
day.
it first.
Yeah,
of course,
I know.
Of course, the knight. Yes. So let's say if we play something like this, and then this is a critical line, right? And check.
Yeah.
And then this, and then now we play this. Okay, this is actually a better way to get what I want.
Can I, or do I have to go something like a5 at some point?
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know when or how or where or why.
Yeah, maybe after a5. Yeah.
Because after, if you move
bishop
back,
e1 maybe. And maybe you can just take. I don't care about knight f5. You can just go here. Or you can actually go here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so king f8 is on the board, and I think Hikaru is thinking the line that we just discussed because that's critical line. But apart from that one, knight f4 might be also interesting. Just hitting the knight, just hitting the rook and the pawn.
Okay, this can still be tricky. Knight f4
Probably
is
rook
also
a3.
fine.
No, oh yeah, I cannot give it check, yeah?
Yeah, I will queen in the end.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I'll take on this one first then.
Yeah, maybe rook e7.
Rook is
Want to
wait, rook
control
e7.
the 7th rank.
Okay.
Because bishop e4 I think never works yet, at least, because
Yeah.
there's always e1. E1 queen.
Yeah. Yeah, probably you have to actively defend your position like this and not just waiting, yeah? So, yeah, if check here, king f7, I think you don't have any problem. You have this pawn as a compensation as well. So, okay, king f8, yeah, Hikaru is still thinking in his position, but he doesn't really have much time as well. Okay, more time than Alireza, but not really that much. So he has also to find all the moves faster.
Yeah, that's why if you play bishop before check, you know he has one move. And then when you play 97, okay, then he has to think, of course, but he's thinking now about it. So here, if you're Naka, you have to find something tricky, something that it's not obvious. But of course that's hard, yeah, because there's so not a lot of pieces on the board left. So yeah, I don't know what Naka's thinking, how to trick him, but he always has these tricks up his sleeve somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 minutes for Hikaru and just 47 seconds for Alireza. Oh, this is going to be, yeah, I don't know, only a few moves to make, and what happens? So knight f4 was already on the
Knight
board,
f4,
and
okay.
followed by rook takes a3, and then here king f2. So instead of taking on h5, yeah. So you're keeping a knight on bishop b4, and now one of the pieces has to move. Oh, a5, stopping bishop b4. Yeah, they're playing in a quite fast pace now.
They have to, yeah, they have to.
But one more move to go, so it's not that critical anymore. One more move. What could it be for white now?
What can I do?
Taking on h5 seems very logical, but
yeah, I like that. What's wrong with it? Nothing.
Rook e7, I guess.
And
then maybe get something like this. Oh, rook a7 is on the board, so instead of taking h5, yeah, maybe just to get rid of this pawn, because this one you can take it at any time.
And a4, and then we're taking.
No, there's bishop b4.
But again, there's queen in the end.
Oh, I should,
king g8.
Oh, but that's a tricky move, yeah, because Alireza now has to calculate a4, not a4. Can I go for it?
But maybe, maybe then taking e2 then. Okay, rook a4 is on the board, and they already make the time control, so it's fine. Now, what I was thinking also like this maybe, and then just takes like this. If you have this, I have this.
Oh, nice.
But maybe it's just a draw because I have... Oh, no, it's not. Here and then bishop a3. So it should be fine.
But even this position should be a draw in general, right?
Possibly.
Can I go a3 now?
Yeah.
Can I go a3?
a3.
Yeah.
Because now if you go g3, I just take rook e2, I think, and a2.
Yeah, you
I
can.
think so.
Okay, so rook a4 is on the board, and Hikaru actually made the time control, but he didn't spend so much time.
He doesn't care, yeah.
He doesn't care. Probably he realized that the advantage is not as big as it was. So g3 is on the board, and yeah, we'll see how things will unfold, because Alireza is also going to defend his position. And the game between Ian versus Pragnananda, I thought it was going to be over soon, but turns out they just keep playing and playing. So we saw the position up to g4, takes and rook e7, and b3, and then another simplification there. And then king c2, knight f5, rook f4, knight d6. Yeah, still nothing much so far. And after f4, Ian is thinking. So Pragnananda is actually pushing for a win here.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, Prague in the fighting mood.
Yes. And when he's in the fighting mood, it's gonna be dangerous. Yes, he cannot afford another draw, I guess. Or maybe he can, but it's gonna be quite hard. He has this chance to keep playing on the board that, you know, black is standing fine. And even if in the end it's still a draw, it's still fine too, but at least he's trying. So things are looking good now, and they already also make time control. I just don't know why. And Gukash is in time trouble, but not really much. He just need to make one more move to make the time control within 40 seconds.
And he went for this King G7 97
Oh.
plan, as it seems.
Yes,
Yes.
very good plan. So we saw the position up to King G2 here, and then King G7, and then Knight E7, and then Rook B8 here, and then Rook D8, Bishop E3, and Rook D3. Okay, so
Now it starts to be very unpleasant for white.
very unpleasant. Yeah, now Gukash is back to almost to lead the game actually, because the game between Ian versus Pragdananda, it looks like it was drawish. So if Hikaru wins, Gukash wins, and Ian draws, yeah, so we have 3 leaders in the open section.
Oh.
And what looks like a comfortable grind is this one, Fabiano versus FIDE.
Wow.
They just made a time control, and we already saw how the position has changed a lot. So we saw the game up to, I think, Rook somewhere.
Rook,
Not even here.
no.
Yeah, this one. Rook
Far
E4,
away, yeah.
Queen D6, and Queen E3. So C5 was played. That's quite committal. Rook E5,
Yeah.
attacking C5. Knight C6 and Rook D5. Yes. And then taking on C5. Okay, so an extra pawn for Fabi. So that's an improvement. Queen C3, Queen D6, and Rook H5. F6, Bishop G6, and Queen here. The king just moves to the other side of the board. Queen B6, and now King B8. And okay, so 41st move is Rook C5. So Fabi just played Rook C5 again. And the idea is clear. You just want to take on C6, followed by Queen D8 and taking on A7. So there is already a direct attack there. So
Again, one move tricks, yeah?
one move tricks, yeah. So
yeah, I
how to
mean,
continue?
Looks great. Looks great. Like bishop this. Let's say we play bishop d7 to stop this, but white can just play anything, right? Bishop f5, maybe.
Rook D5 actually looks good too. Yeah.
Rook d5 looks good.
I was thinking that maybe something like this, but
okay.
and I'm trying to be fancy by playing Knight D4.
Oh.
Sorry.
Can you do that?
Oh yeah, actually it works. If you take, then I'll take this.
And do I have some Bishop D5 check?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I might have missed it in my calculation, because if you don't have Bishop D5, this looks good endgame. I mean, you liquidate everything and then you have an extra pawn. But yes, Bishop D5 might be there, but maybe what to do this in this position? Yeah, because if I play king here, you always have checks.
Exactly.
And I don't like that. Yeah, there might be Bishop D5 is the winning move, I would say. Yes. That's good. Very good move. So yeah, Knight D4 is just a bit too fancy. So let's say after Rook C7, what do we do here? We have Bishop E4.
I like Bishop E4.
Bishop E4 is nice. Yeah, why don't we play Bishop E4? Yeah. Yeah,
I could also go B4.
You could go anything. You have one extra pawn here, so this game might be winning.
Comfortable for white.
Very comfortable.
Fabi might win this.
Yeah, I think he should be winning this position, because this looks very uncomplicated for white. I mean, white can just pretty much play any move. So how does it going to change? If Fabi wins this one, he's going to be on 7. So he's just going to be like pretty much half a point from the leader. because
Mhm.
suppose Ian drew, Gukash also drew, Gukash won, Hikaru won, and there will be 7.5. So Fabi will be just tailing behind with 7. Yeah. And Pragnananda, yes, Pragnananda has to play for win because he's on 5.5 on the clear 5th right now. Okay.
It's so close.
So
Yeah, and
close.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
can we go back to Naka versus Firouzja because I saw the evil bar move up. So
Oh, what a
move
move.
41, yeah, move 41 and G5, but
G5.
that's very committal.
It's too committal.
Probably too committal
So
is the right
takes is already
answer.
on the board. So yeah, I don't actually understand. Because there might be some mate coming up soon, like here, check, here, and then you just go for bishop c3. And then you are forced
I
to
mean,
give
there's
up.
still E1.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you are forced to
in
give
this
up this
case,
pawn, which
yeah.
is maybe expensive, but
Okay,
there's
now
check
rook
here.
a2 is critical.
And rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1.
It is very critical. Of course, you have 97, but I don't think that's good enough for win.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's be careful with that, yeah? So HG has already happened. So let's see after FG, what's gonna happen.
Maybe he
Knight
just takes on
h5.
h5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
knight takes h5. Mm-hmm.
Huh. This is, and
I
then
think Firouzja is
yeah.
just very disappointed in general how the event went, and
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so too.
that's
He's just
possible
like,
too. Wow. Okay, so we're going to have, and Hikaru is finally going to lead the tournament because we thought that he was going to lead on the previous round, but Ian just won the game. So now I think looks like it's really smooth to the leaderboard for Hikaru, and he's going to win this game. I think his chance is actually bigger than Fabi chances. Oh, maybe equally
and they
the
will
same.
play each other in the next round. So this will be a huge face-off.
Who's playing each other?
Jan against Hikaru.
Oh yeah, Jan against Hikaru. Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be very important.
That's gonna be very important match for sure. Yes, round 13, and the two leaders are playing against each other, so that's gonna decide their fate in this event. So Gukash is standing fine. Caruana as well. And this one, I think eventually they'll make a draw. I would say. Faishal is still grinding in this winning endgame, so she should be fine with accurate play, of course, because, well, we've seen already so many inaccuracies in many games when they're winning, and then it didn't end up as a won game anymore. So still got to be careful. Salimova extended the advantage, and just to take a look that after g takes f6, so she played rook c7, Tanzongi played rook c7, king f2, and a5. Okay, then finally rook e4, takes here, check, king g8, and then check again, and this is the current position. So it looks like almost the king on h8, almost like getting mated, but White still has to find a way to convert the advantage to win. But looks like it's very close to that.
She's running a bit low on time, which is worrying me, but
I mean, how do we win this exactly? That's also a very good question, I think, because obviously it's not a very clear win. Do we go 96, 94? What's the correct approach here?
So
I like the knight on e4.
E4 here, yeah?
I guess both is good.
I like the knight on e6, but what happened in the
I think
game?
it was
Knight d3.
Oh, something completely different.
Something completely different. So, I think
also that
she just wants to stay clear of all the trouble, yeah? Because taking this on the way, you're not in a hurry to win the game or mating the king anyway. You just have to get as much as you can along the way, so it's nice. I would say knight e4 is also a good move. Knight e6 as well, like as long as this knight moves and then staying away from the attack. So things are looking good for her.
And she's also threatening knight takes e5 here, I think.
Oh.
So I guess
that
that's
is
her
nice.
point.
Yeah. Okay, let me just play something. I don't know what I want.
Yeah, rook a7, let's say.
Okay, let's say rook a7. Like, takes, rook here, check, and takes here, and then okay, you're threatening this. Yeah, this pawn will be the deciding pawn. Yeah, having the bishop versus the knight in this position is always an advantage because your bishop can go long. Okay, guys, I think we are due for our break. It's been a while. I completely forgot taking or calling for a break because the games have been so interesting. But yes, we will be back after a few minutes. So yeah, don't go anywhere, guys, and stay tuned on the Lichess YouTube and Twitch. See you soon.
Welcome back, guys, to round 12 of the FIDE Candidates, and there's been a major update in the game Salimov against Han Zhongyi. So let's have a look what happened here. After 93, where we thought the game would conclude in just a second, there has been quite a shocking moment here.
Yeah, so
So
rook
after
d7 happened,
after
and
rook d7,
shockingly,
we thought
bishop f7.
knight takes b4, yeah?
Yeah, knight takes b4, I think you just maintain your advantage, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Salimova, again, I think this is like the blind spot, which happens as well in her game against Vaishali when she just sacrificed the pawn to d8 and then thinking that you can take the piece on b7, but there's a skewer in the end. So in this position, I think she just completely forgot that the rook can take on f7, because after these
But
checks, gone.
the position still looks very good. I mean, at least to the eye. Like 95 is coming, but apparently there is some defense.
Ah, okay. And Tanzongi has 30 minutes on the clock, so she has enough to figure this out.
Okay. But what is the defense? I have to move the rook now. Somewhere.
Maybe rook c7 and then rook c3.
c7, yeah, 95.
And rook c3.
And everything is holding on.
Rook c7 and
95.
Yeah, probably 95.
Rook c3. Counterplay, yeah.
Or maybe this just going to the endgame. Because you cannot take, can you take actually? You can take, oh my gosh, you can take. I thought it was a mate. No, they just king goes to f7. Yeah, you can take on b3. So, okay, rook h6, 95 maybe. I mean, now what to do? Rook c7 like this, 95, and then rook c3. Yeah, things are not looking that great anymore for Salimova.
Yeah.
Oh wow! What if she doesn't win? That was a mischance. I mean, what a beautiful game.
Yeah.
Just to play bishop f7. Was it?
Was knight b4 that easy? Like in this position?
That's the question, I guess.
So what do you do? Like rook here maybe?
And rook g6.
And there's no good discovery with the knight, yeah? Yeah, because of rook g8.
King h7, you just
Maybe
you just
here.
win the piece.
Oh yes.
Or bishop f7.
Yes,
yeah.
Check first. Oh no.
Yeah.
You have to
Bishop
take first.
F7
Yeah, you have
first,
to be
Yeah.
very precise on this. Yes. Okay.
Wow.
So wow, she missed it, and now
And
it
she
looks
played
like
rook c7.
yes, rook c7 followed by knight takes e5. So we might see rook c3 and trying to get some counterplay from this pawn.
Yeah, I think we'll see rook c3. I don't see anything more ambitious, maybe a check first, but I don't want to let the king out, so I think rook c3.
Rook c5 is on the board. Does it change anything?
No, I guess not. No, I mean, I cannot play anything else but move the knight, yeah? Knight g4 and then rook c3. Chess is hard indeed, yeah.
Yeah, knight g4 and rook c3. But okay, optically looks good for white still because of these two pawns. But how to continue? Yeah, how to improve them?
Yeah, rook is out of the game. Cannot even go to h5. And if I go to h4, I have to move the knight again. So, no, this is not winning anymore. That's a shock. That's a shocker.
Totally.
Okay, so let's switch to this game as well, because Hikaru looks like finishing this one anytime soon. I don't see how yet, but it looks like it's almost there. I will find it. I will find it.
You will find some tricks for us.
Yeah. So okay, so currently the king is under check, so is it king here or king here, yeah?
I think the safest is to go to d8, but oh no, yeah, whatever. Honestly, I guess you want to go knight f5 anyway.
Let's say going here and not f5. Yeah, this one is still stuck. You just have to try to get to this pawn at some point.
Okay, it's not exactly over yet. Like, of course, black is still trying to hold on to this e2 pawn as long as he can, but yeah, I want to go rook a2, rook a1, rook a1.
Rook a1 just to start pushing the pawn maybe. But once you start pushing the pawn, oh, maybe it's still fine, yeah, because bishop f5 is still not an idea. Yeah, that's possible too. So what is the plan here for white then? Because assuming white, sorry, the plan for white, assuming black doesn't do anything significant. Where to
Maybe
put
knight
the
f5 and then just rook g7, rook g5, picking up the pawn.
That simple, yeah. So okay, let's say the
You're not
king...
afraid of my a pawn?
I am, but I have to pretend like I'm not afraid.
So if that is your idea, maybe I can try king f8 then.
Yeah, then
but you
it's a
still have to go
different
knight
story.
f5 anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me play Laura's move, rook a here, rook a1.
Rook a here, I like that. I now I wonder if I have bishop b4.
Yeah, it's cute. It is cute,
doesn't
but
work.
I can move the king somewhere maybe.
No checkmate.
Yeah, probably.
The king goes to
maybe g8.
g8.
Ah, knight h6 and knight f7.
Yeah. Yeah. And get the rook like that. So the king has to go to the other side. But then it's gonna be almost the same, yeah? With knight d6.
Knight d6, yeah.
And king here, then knight here, check. Oh, but you can take.
But then I take on a1.
Take on a1.
And I'm probably
You're
winning.
fine.
You know?
Yes. Okay, so we see this position right now. Knight f5 is on the board.
And I checked bishop b5 does work. Sorry, bishop b4.
Okay.
Nice. Very nice.
That's a nice one, yes.
Okay, so let's see how Fabi is continuing this position. So your move, Laura, b4. So in this one, after bishop d7, yeah, you just simply move b4 with b5 idea. Very straightforward, yeah. Bishop b4 is of course not an option in this position yet, but just play b5 next, and it's not gonna be easy to stop it.
Wait, didn't you suggest something very nice after bishop d7?
No, I think it's pretty much
it was just winning.
It's just winning. Yeah. Just before it's fine. Oh, rook d5. I was suggesting rook d5.
Ah, yes. Rook d5
but rook d5 maybe it's not gonna improve the position anyway because of queen c7. I mean, again, the position is still fine for white. Yeah, white is still winning, but I think before is just giving a clear path to the victory. Just you want to keep attacking. b5 is coming. How to stop it? If you play queen c7, and again, you can just take and b5. So it doesn't really stop it now. And then after this, there is a check first, and then you can take this knight. So, and again, now this knight is pinned. It cannot move. If the queen moves to c7, we saw what happened. If queen moves elsewhere, we still move b5. I was just trying to find if there is any good square for
which piece?
Yeah,
for the rook?
For the queen. Or maybe because the rook cannot start protecting the queen, no? Because there's, okay, let's say rook here, there's bishop f5, so that's not really a good move. I think the queen has to move because b5 is coming.
Are we moving to c7?
No, c7 takes b5.
B5, yeah, and I'm just winning. Yeah. So let's say I move to f4, but again, isn't b5 just almost GG's?
Yeah, let's say you take and then knight goes. Okay, first of all, you have this check. So many things coming up.
Maybe I can try for some bishop takes g4 tricks at least. Trying to complicate matters.
Yep, good try. Okay, what to do, yeah?
I can also just, somebody in chat mentioned not to take on b5, but just push a6 immediately.
Yeah, so maybe I should take on g4 immediately.
Right, yeah.
But after b5, I can take on g4 immediately, maybe.
Yeah, try that, yes.
So maybe I can try taking this and then play here. Or you can just keep checking, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna take the knight. And can I hide? Oh, this is gonna be dangerous.
No, I take
check.
Yeah, or here.
No, I
take on f3 at some point.
Yeah, I cannot hide.
I also have queen h3, yeah.
Yeah, you have f3 too, or you can even give checks too. So okay, so gotta be careful then. Queen f4 looks like the idea. Oh, but you can take on c6 now. Oh, can you? No, bishop c6.
Yeah. It's only a draw.
It's only a draw.
Okay, so queen f4, tricky move.
Yeah, queen f4 is already played. Yeah, I think that's the only move in this position anyway. Otherwise, you will just lose immediately. What do we do if we play bishop f5 first to stop it?
Yeah, that seems like a safe option.
But bishop f5 we take, so if you take with the rook, I have queen c4.
And then I can play rook c5 and rook takes a6 maybe.
Yep.
So after queen e4,
yeah, I can still take this.
You're gonna take and queen d8. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, so bishop f5. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just clean after bishop f5. You just stop every initiative by black and then continue focusing on your plan on the queen side.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best, but wow, okay. Bishop f5 is still better for white, still almost winning, but b5 is
It's okay to play b5?
Yeah, because after bishop g4, there's only one move that's winning, everything else is a draw. And you have to find knight g1.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know if Fabi will go for that, honestly. Just because it's not a safe option, but this is +5.
Bishop f5. Fabi listens to me. Bishop f5 is on the board.
Yes, I mean, it's a safe option, yeah.
Yeah. The other one looks complicated. If with bishop f5 looks very safe and still manage to better in the game, like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's important that queen c4 doesn't work, yeah. So after bishop f5, rook f5, you have to go somewhere else with the queen.
Yeah.
Okay,
so what finally will finish anytime soon is this one. Ian versus Fagnananda. There's nothing else to be fighting in this position. So we saw the position roughly around this one, maybe. Yeah, they just play around. And the knights are being traded. And now more simplification with the pawns. And after this takes and rook here, and then h5, rook here. Yeah, eventually all the pawns will be traded and yeah, they'll agree for draw. Okay, we can actually pause here for like 1 minute. I think they're going to sign the score sheet soon. Or okay,
Yeah.
by the time we speak, I think it's
For
already
sure.
ended, yeah?
For sure.
Yep, and
Yeah.
then they go for a draw. There you go. But this draw still makes Ian the leader of the tournament. So we will see two other competitors. Hikaru looks like closing to winning this one, but still some work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to continue in this position then?
I think he wants to go 96, 94, but
Yeah.
of course you have to be slightly worried about a4, a3 coming. But this is like a good approach, like stopping the circulation from e5 rook to et pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
yeah.
like it. And after this, just knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. After a4, I don't know what we do. I guess bishop c3 or something, but of course this is not very, still not extra clear how to win, but it's winning, yeah.
Or we can play knight c3 too and grab this pawn.
Just knight c3.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the knight is on the center like that, I think everything is under control. So things are still looking good. There's no significant change in this game. And let's take a look at Gukesh. So we left the position up to rook d3 here. And king e2 was played, and rook goes to c3, c5, and now knight just has a very, very nice spot on d5. And after rook c2, now Gukesh is thinking. So, quick question, why can't you take on c6? Oh, it's just losing, yeah? Like takes and then takes this maybe?
Or even rook c5 and then rook
even
e5.
c5, yes.
Yeah,
And then takes
the pawn.
this. Yeah, and
Too
these
many
are
pawns.
also very weak. Yes, okay. Okay, so that one is easy. All right, so rook c2 is on the board, and now Gukesh is still thinking what to do.
What do we do actually?
So are these endgames winning? Like, for example, rook c2, bishop c2, and knight e3, I guess this is what you have to think, but
Oof. Yeah.
it's not a choice you want to make, I think, because it can also easily be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So easily.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So you don't take the risk like that, and instead, what do we do here?
But yeah, c6 could be hanging if we don't go for it. So, like, if we move the rook, bishop c6 comes, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to play knight e7, but that doesn't look like the right approach?
No, if I want to do it, then I want to go rook c2 first, yeah? So
Yeah.
I don't have to be passive yet. Ugh,
Could I take on
rook
c2 and
c2
then
on
play
the board,
a4?
yeah.
Take at a4 maybe.
Oh, I
Tricky.
like it.
Tricky move,
And
yeah.
after king d3,
a3.
a3, and it just go knight c3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. So bishop b3, knight c3, bishop d4.
And we are on the right tracks because Gukesh took on c2, so we might actually see a4 on the board. And I think this is the winning move, yeah, because you have to advance the pawn as much as you can. And you can grab all these pawns on, okay, knight e3, bishop c5 just later on. But yeah, f4 is posing a problem now, like immediate problem. So let's say, okay, king d3 here. Okay, this one even doesn't help because you have knight c3. Yeah, so what to do after a4 then? Okay, just to show here, lost to this check, and then just piece up. So yes, after a4, I like this position. a4 is such a nice move.
Yeah, a4.
So if I stop it like this, let's say.
Yes, this is a good approach.
Play a4, right? I think you have to.
Yeah.
And know what to do.
Can I go bishop b3? Just like, okay, I need to stop a2 from happening, I think. Or what do you want?
Something like this maybe, and then bishop a4. I want to just
No, but
attack the pawn.
you can't
Ah,
do.
but this one is hanging, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so I cannot do that. I have to play this one then.
Yeah, you have to go for that, yeah. But now can I go bishop c3? Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 is tricky, and then is that winning?
Should be, I would say.
And now I win the e5 pawn and
yeah,
then the
e5 pawn
c5
first.
pawn probably.
Yeah.
I don't know if you win the c5 pawn. Okay, maybe
You have to play
long-term,
king
yeah.
d3 now or king e3 to stop it, yeah? But
Yeah,
eventually I think the king will come anyway.
So that's, do you think that's winning now?
Yeah, because
Okay.
you cannot push. Oh, you can actually push it here, but yeah, I don't think this is going to be winning. So okay, king
By the
d3
way,
is on the board, yeah?
Abasso is listening to me, so that's not a good sign. Because now, can I go a3?
Yeah, I think you have to push it. a3. And now if bishop here, knight goes here. And
Yeah, I
if
guess
bishop here,
king bishop
I want
c1.
to take this one. If this one, then this one. Still quite tricky there. I mean, still gotta be careful with this pawn. But I think, yeah, you have to push it, right? I don't see anything else.
Apparently knight e3 is winning as well.
Oh, this position?
No, yeah, this position, yes.
So you take
knight
this
e3.
one.
Yeah.
And then, okay. Oh, I don't know how to take it. If take with the king, it's a check. If take with the pawn, oh, I hate my pawns.
Yeah, I would take with the king probably.
Yeah, and then still it will be taken anyway, c5, so I have to take with the king. So I can give a check here. Let's say going here. And now you push, stop. Okay, so this endgame is winning, right? I think just...
Really, yeah?
Maybe just move king, yeah?
f4?
King
Yeah,
here,
I don't know.
f4,
Yeah.
here.
King f3?
Oh yeah, king f3.
Don't get mated.
Don't get mated. Bishop
Yeah.
c2 is coming. Yes, okay, so gotta be careful.
Yeah, wait. I don't know if the engine is strong enough to determine if that's winning or not, actually. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, maybe
So
I can get my king around. It's fine. So let's say I
Yeah.
go here. You have to move this pawn anyway if you want to improve the king.
Yeah, and then bring the king to the queen side. Yeah, this looks convincing. King f8 and...
Yeah, king f8 and then just make this long journey with the king.
Also, the pawn on g3 is
Yes.
a long-term weakness.
Right. Yeah, at some point if the king is not on e2, you can go to f2 and then start grabbing all these pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop b3 is on the board. Now we shall see if Gukesh is going to take the bishop on e3 or whether he will come up with something else. Good chance he will take on e3.
Yeah, it's a risk, but I'm curious if what he's going to calculate here. Because, yeah, do you really want to risk it? I mean, you have a pawn on a3 already. This knight is beautiful on d5. I could just maybe improve my pieces first, yeah. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
Okay, and there is also some update on the game between Hikaru versus Alireza. So the rooks are already off the board, and we saw the position up to, I think, somewhere along this way, and then this happens. Knight goes to c3. So instead of e4, just c4 and then grab the pawn. And yeah, winning this type of endgame slowly, I guess. King a3, and then knight will come back somehow, win the e2 pawn, win the g5 pawn, and then with the two pieces versus rook, yeah, this should be not hard for white to go to win the game.
Yes.
Agreed. So we will probably see win from Hikaru.
All right. So what happened with Fabi is after bishop f5, bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, and queen c7, queen c5, and rook e4. So FIDE is still fighting. So it's b5 is knight a4. Sorry, knight a5, yeah? So this is not really a good move right now, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, just free pawn on a5. Okay, rook e4.
Makes sense. Posing some activity and some threats. Can I just go? No, actually, no. How can I improve here with white?
Maybe start some maneuvering with the knight. But maybe rook e5 is coming too, if the knight is moved from f3.
Yeah, I want to go rook d5 just because it's active, back to its active square, but...
Oh, Hikaru has won, so Ali
he
Reza just resigned.
resigned.
King e3,
Yeah.
so not,
Doesn't want to suffer.
doesn't want to be tortured too long anymore. So wow, then it's officially Hikaru is officially leading the tournament right now with Ian
Wow.
Nepomniachtchi, and we just shall see Gukesh. If Gukesh also wins the game, then he is going to join the lead. If he draws, then we only have 2 leaders in the open section. Okay, things are looking good. And 2 more games to go in the open section, this one and Gukesh game. So yeah, how to deal in this position? White is still better, but how to proceed? Oh, you want to play rook d5, yeah, Laura?
Yeah, but I want to play it without calculations. That's the problem. I have to, yeah. I mean, the idea is, my original idea was that I want to go b5 the next move, because then I can go queen f8 check and rook d8. Kind of saying, oh, hey, I might be checkmating you, but who knows, yeah. And also it's active, rook is active on d5, which I love. So what's stopping Fabi from playing that is my question.
Maybe
sure there's
knight
something.
e7. Because Fabi has been avoiding the endgame, and I think I understand why. Because then the pawn on b4 will be weak without without the queens.
Yes.
I guess you have to take on c7.
Yeah.
And rook c5. Or maybe...
I have... Yeah, you want to go rook d4?
Maybe, yeah.
Knight endgame.
Knight endgame is probably lost, since the knight on d4 will be very powerful.
I think so.
Yep. Yeah.
But yeah.
But rook e2 or something, and it goes on.
It goes on, for sure it goes on. Yeah.
Okay.
So...
Oh no, Gukesh didn't take the bishop, so the bishop is safe right now. But still, the game looks very good for Gukesh right now.
Yes.
So we saw the position after bishop b3 and then king g6, so he didn't take on e3. And after bishop d4, okay, this is the current position. I think you can still keep marching on with the king, yeah? King, I don't know, f5 or g5. And you just go forward. And maybe h5 first.
Yeah, I think you have all the possible moves. I don't know how exactly you're breaking, but like I said before, all the pieces are comfortable. But if... Yeah. What if white just puts the pawn on f3 and, says, I'm gonna hold on to this? Not sure. Like, yeah.
Let's
say
king,
king f5.
Break through, yeah.
f3.
And now h5.
h5, yeah.
Oh, no, h5, okay.
And bishop e1 is coming, probably.
Yeah, I think should be winning still. Still, of course it is winning, but some technique required.
Guys, the game between Anna versus Vaishali has turned a lot. So we kind of like seeing something like this and taking on a2. So now the king goes and on. And Anna is just trying to make a some sort of fortress in the end, but I don't think that will work. So after this, yeah, you take, okay, here takes, and then now it's white to move. Okay, let's see if I play something like this. Oh, this might actually, okay, can I just play this, yeah, or
Yeah.
can I
Yeah.
get the pawn right away? No, I don't think so. And then this maybe, and then what? Queen here.
Queen h6 and then bring the king.
Yeah, and then bring the king. And can you stop me?
I can play queen g7 maybe after king e6.
Okay,
Knight
yeah, queen
g4.
g7. That's right.
Just avoiding.
Also, I think the easiest way in the original position is to go king c2, because then you have queen g7 immediately the next move. Here,
So here,
king
king c2.
c2. I think that's the easiest way, no?
But the queen will be... here, queen g7.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So you have...
Okay, so I have to play this then.
Yeah.
And
So
I
maybe
just go there,
in that
yeah.
direction we play king b3 then. Because then
Okay.
after this we have queen check.
Oh, yes, that's
Oh.
very smart.
Cute, yes.
And you cannot do anything else because you would like to try knight f6, yeah?
It's on the
this
board,
king
by
moves.
the way.
Oh, king b3 is on the board, I see.
Yes,
Okay,
very
then
nice.
we might expect some resignation soon, because then, yeah, wherever the king goes, you can play queen g7, or you can play check here and then take the pawn. So yeah, it's GG.
Yes,
Yeah,
GG's.
just to show the viewers. So if this king goes here, it's a check and then get the pawn. And if the king goes here, well, we originally wanted to play queen g7 anyway, and this one is just helping it, and then take the pawn. Once the pawn falls, then there's nothing else for white to fight for. And queen b1 is on the board. I think we'll see some resignation from Anna soon. And Vaishali is making a really, really great comeback with 3 wins in a row. That game against Salimova really has turned everything around in her direction. Yeah, like, yeah, if she lost that game, I think the tournament is over for her. But she won that game.
Great.
It's really giving like a great boost in the confidence. So, and she won another game here, which is nice. And then, yeah, as we see the standings, it is now Anna being on the last place for the next, before the round 13. Okay.
Yeah.
So well done for Vaishali. And at the moment, Salimova is still trying to prove that her position is better. The computer doesn't really agree with it. It looks like the computer just gave an equal for the evaluation. But it still looks a bit scary for black, because the pawn on f6, the pawn on h4, yeah?
Oh yeah, and the king is marching in d5, e6. It's not over.
It's not over. I mean, it's not an easy draw to make. Black has to still prove that this is going to be draw anyway. So we still have... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to check the position after rook b1, king d5, b3, king e6. Can I just be careless?
If playing b2, maybe rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah, and I think that's even winning, yeah?
But maybe what you can try is
rook e1.
rook e1 first.
Yeah.
That's nice trick, yeah, because after f7, bishop f7, so I have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, because now b2 is definitely a threat. And now everything is a threat.
I wanted to go rook b4, but yeah, okay.
Rook b4, I can go here and then trap your rook, yeah?
You're gonna go bishop c4, yeah.
I mean, black could win this, huh?
Yeah, black might be winning this, yeah. Yeah.
That's true, yeah, yes.
So gotta be careful there. And also, if rook goes here, what's gonna happen?
Well, at least bishop f7, probably.
Again, the activation of the bishop somehow. I cannot
But
allow
yeah,
that.
now knight e7 is kind of in the air, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, at the very least you have this, and
Yeah.
it shouldn't be a
Good.
problem for black. So rook a3 is on the board instead of rook b1. Tanzongi chose this way. And rook f4. So
makes sense. F7 is a big threat now.
yes. So how
So
do
I
you
have to
stop
go
it?
bishop f7.
Mhm.
But I can
Right?
go b3, right?
What?
f7, rook a4.
Oh,
That was probably her idea.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
Oh, wow. So I have to go king c3 on b3, yeah? So instead of f7, I have to go king c3 now. But
Yeah,
again,
and rook
bishop
a4, I
f7.
guess.
Oh, you
also.
want to go rook a4 still?
Yeah.
And then rook moves, I'd say, here.
And you take on h4? No, now you can't because I have f7.
No, it's
But
okay.
then rook h3?
Here you can actually take. Oh, but the thing is, after
Not
this,
yet.
this is knight g6 is coming.
But I can give check first on
Yeah, you
h3
check.
and,
Right,
and
yeah.
then take.
And then you take.
And then takes this. Yeah, this should be drawn. Okay. Rook f4 and b3. Yes, it's already on the board now. Gotta be careful with this rook a4 idea.
I mean, I guess it will just end in a draw anyway. This rook a4 idea is brilliant. Felix, do you see how to push for a win here? Do you want to go? What can I do even? Rook f1. This is no. I'm gonna lose this.
King c3
King
is
I
in the
think
board.
it's time to go for a draw. As painful as it is for Salimova, but
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think she learned that she has to take a draw when it's a draw. When she lost against Vaishali in a winning position, then it was a draw and then she lost. So I think she learned from there that maybe she should just take it when it's there.
Okay, so here rook a4, and Salimova has been in time trouble, by the way. Her time is always around just 1 minute, so she has to actually not only to move fast but decide what to play for in this game. Then I mean, she cannot play for a win anymore, so she had to try to think how to play to get a faster draw. So rook a4 is on the board, and now
Okay, we might see rook f3, yeah.
Yeah, the rook f3, yes, is now on the board. So you can actually take this if you want, but you don't have to worry about the other thing.
Can you take now? Because now I have f7.
Yeah, but rook h6 now.
No, rook
Does that
c.
work?
I have rook c4. It's no, I
you have
can't.
rook
I can't.
c4?
No, I don't have that one.
No, you don't. No.
No, it's yes.
But
Well,
rook
maybe
h6, as
Rook
you said,
h6,
Laura.
yeah. What else can I do?
Yeah.
I have to stop knight g6 with all cost.
Yes, and draw.
also b4. Why not b4?
Wait.
If you take this, I take this with a check.
That's also
Cute.
good.
Yeah.
And if you move down, then I just give checks, and then I'm staying away from knight g6. So yeah. So rook e4. So Tanzoi is she going to play for a win?
No, I think it's a draw after f7 anyway. Just this is a cleaner draw.
Yeah.
That's true. Yes, f7. Then it just takes this, and this, and then okay, draw agreed. Okay. So well, it was a very nice game by Salimova. Really, yeah. But okay, f7.
Nice.
F7 happens.
Wow.
So we might actually see a draw agreed in a few moves. So rook e5 already happened. Now take on e8, king takes e8, and then king takes b3, and with a draw offer, I would say.
I think so, yeah. It's time.
Okay, so Salimova will be having the same points as Anna, maybe? right? Yes, 4.5.
Yeah.
So both of them
Yeah.
will be sharing the 7th place to the last place, and Fashali emerged with 5.5, so she'll be on the clear 6-pointer. Yep. So okay, that doesn't really change a lot in the top field.
Well, it changes the fact that Tan will not lose, yeah. So she's
Oh yeah,
still
actually,
gonna be the leader.
right, of
Yeah.
course. She's going to still lead the tournament by half a point ahead of Litinje. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
2 points ahead, I would say. Yeah, so she'll be 8, and the rest, apart from Litinje, will be 6. So yeah, 2 points ahead from the remaining
Wow. 2
place.
rounds,
Yeah, very wow, very very. No, this is just going to be almost over. For in the women, it's either Tanzongi or Litinje for sure.
Exactly.
Okay, and yeah, things have. We had all the games in the women's section concluded. A draw in the game between Nurgu Salimova versus Tanzongi. Also another draw between Katrina Lana versus Litinje, and a draw in Alexander Gochkina versus Conor Hampe. And the only decisive game was Anna versus Fashali, and Fashali won another game. 3 wins in a row. Very, very a great comeback by her. And we currently have 2 games going on in the open section, which turns to be quite interesting. So after Queen C7 in this position, yeah, Fabi didn't choose to play the more simplified endgame and play Queen C5, and after Rook E4, Queen D5, preparing for this B5. And after Knight here, he played Knight D4 because in the quick glance, you might actually win this knight after B6, but you also have to watch out your F2 is hanging.
Yes.
So after this one, that you don't win the queen, sorry, you don't win the knight, but you actually lose your king right away. So gotta be careful. But after knight I5, Fabi played knight D4, attacking the rook and also closing this diagonal with F2, a multi-purpose move. So even if something like this happens, at the very least, you have knight c6. I don't know whether this is actually the move to play in this position, but because other than rook d2, or maybe rook a2, just stopping this one as well.
This one seems something to calculate as well, yes. Yeah, because I want to go c5, but again, this is something to calculate.
Maybe something like this. I'm not too sure. This, like this, and then push, takes, and then check, and something like
also,
this.
Like this is also nice, but I can also just take on a2 if I want to.
A2 was hanging.
Yeah,
right.
Here.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I didn't see A2 was hanging. Yeah, this is just simple. Okay, so after knight d4, where does the rook go? If here we have that sequence, if here at least we have this, and let's take it with this, and then takes this. Yeah, and then this just wins, yeah?
What if I go back to e8 or something, or e7?
Yeah, this is, and then this is hanging, okay.
Yeah.
Let's figure this out. C5 maybe, with b6.
Then I have some rook d8 ideas.
B takes a6 is also an option.
Yeah.
ba6. Oh yeah, ba6, yeah.
The easiest way.
Maybe. And now let's say I take on c4.
Now I can go a7, forcing king a8, but maybe that's not the best way to play. I can go knight b5, yes, but
yeah.
Maybe you can start with knight b5 first, just to see where this queen go.
Queen goes, yeah.
Because after this, now you have this, yeah? Take this and knight c7. And so, yeah, this is almost GG. What is the evaluation right now? I think it's almost +4.
Let's check.
Okay, 3.5. Good enough. Okay. And FIDE is in time trouble. Okay, both players don't have much time on the clock, so looks like a winning position for Caruana. And what's happening with Gukesh? And it happened as predicted. The bishop finally comes to e1. So they've been playing quite fast, but we see some move like something like this. And then bishop goes here, here, king moves up and moves back again, maybe just to try to gain some time. And now king is on e4 and stopping it from going to f3. a2 comes, f3, king moves back, check, and here, and now takes on this. So Gukesh finally decided to just give the other pawn, but instead he's gaining more pawn on the king side. And now this is black to move. What do we do in this position? Just king f4?
Yeah,
Yeah,
can I
and
just win the
the h
f3?
pawn will sooner or later decide the game as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just king f4, picking up the pawn on f3 as well.
Yes.
Seems very, very easy.
Okay, so looks like we're closing into a three-way lead in the open section. Oh, h5 by the way was played. I think this is good enough. Yeah, there's nothing to stop this pawn. Yeah, you have to sacrifice the bishop in. It might be actually a reasonable position now.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, this is adorable. The bishop is on the wrong side of the board and cannot even go to h1.
Yeah.
Yep, very well played by Gukesh. Very interesting preparation. Still, I have some doubt about this knight h7 move, but turns out he maybe if it was me, I wouldn't have survived.
Yeah, me neither.
Having the
Honestly.
knight on h7 and f8 for so long in the game, yeah, I don't think I would have survived. But Gukesh did, and yes, after h5, Abasov resigned, and therefore Gukesh, Hikaru, and Ian Nepomniachtchi, they are sharing the first position currently in the open section. And the only game that's still going on is this one. FIDE is still thinking after the move knight d4. Obviously, this is better for Caruana, but we'll see if FIDE will keep playing or call it a day.
Yeah, I think Vidit will try for a bit. He doesn't have anything to lose except a few minutes of his time for this game.
A few seconds, by the way.
30 seconds only. Yeah.
He's down to 30 seconds now. Yeah, he has to decide. And what could be his decision then? Rook b2. Okay.
Okay, wait. Can I just do anything right now?
Yes, you can. You can take on a6 if you want. But Caruana will try to play the most accurate one, yeah?
Yes, what's the most accurate way to play here? Okay, I want to take on a6 actually.
I like taking on a6, but
we also like
I also like knight e6.
Yeah,
I want to give mate. That's unfortunately my desire. Like here, push this, you takes, check here, and then there is queen c6, but I can just stop it. How do I stop it? I have rook here, I have rook here.
We don't.
But then b6, yeah?
Oh, b6 just saves you. Okay. Yeah. Probably a cleaner way to win than this.
Yeah, there should be a cleaner way to win. I mean, taking on a6 is easy.
Is it?
Maybe, I don't know.
I was always knight c4, yeah?
Knight
I was
c4.
always a bit...
Knight b5?
Knight e3.
Ooh.
Wait, no, you cannot do that to me, Felix. It's almost 2 a.m. Okay, don't.
Okay.
Please warn me next time.
Yes, I will.
So, can we give a check here? You're gonna take it?
No, I'm not that kind.
But if you don't take it, I still have queen here anyway.
And then knight b5, yeah?
Yeah, knight b5 still.
But yeah.
And there's a check here, and the queen will go back to d5.
Yeah.
So, okay, but I think we can show it like this. And knight here, you have to take, takes, and this should be winning, yeah? Any fancy or funny business like giving up and then perpetual?
No,
No, yeah? Like here,
don't believe in this stuff.
check. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe just... Oh, okay, I can hide.
G3.
I can actually
Yeah.
hide there. Here and then here. Check and then no more check. Wow. Okay. Oh, BA6 is on the board. So this is the last game in this tournament for round 12.
I'm gonna check if it's the most accurate way to play. Yes, BA6 is indeed the most accurate way to play.
And knight
And knight
C6.
C6, yeah,
So instead of taking on C4, we drew the knight to C6. Possibly trying to prepare for A7 so that the knight can just take it.
What happens after Queen G8?
After Queen G8, oh, your knight B5 is there, yeah?
Yeah.
And possibly this. Ah, but you can
Knight
take
C6
this and then
and
A6.
A7,
yeah. I mean A7.
Cute.
Yes. So that's nice.
I think we'll see that. And after king is A7, we go knight B5.
Yes, I think so too. Now if I just close, okay, I cannot close it or block it with the queen on D8 because you take on C6. So if I do something like this, then I think you can push like this, yeah? And Queen G8 is on the board, by the way.
Oh, yes.
And here, if you take knight B5, then GG. If here also, I think almost GG by doing
anything,
like this.
yeah.
Anything.
Also Rook D5, yeah.
Also Rook D5 too, yes.
Yeah.
I don't even have to
yes.
throw in A7 if I, just...
Cute. The
so,
best, yeah.
Queen G8 then. And I think FIDE might resign in this position.
I think so too. Or in the next move, yeah.
Or in the next move, yes. Wow, so Fabi comes back strong after his loss against Hikaru. That was just like a wake-up call, I guess. And yeah, he's tailing behind half a point from the leaders. 3 leaders.
Okay.
And what do we have? Knight D8.
Yeah. And Rook D5, I think, is just so clean here. But
yes, or
we'll
Rook
see.
or A7 first, and then Rook D5 also. Or what else? Even Knight E6 is also there.
Oh, even that.
But I don't want to put my knight over there. Just A7 and Rook D5 is just clear.
Yeah.
Oh, but hang on. Watch out. I don't know. It's just a calculation. After this, you have to think about this one as well.
Yeah, but
eventually the king will...
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay, at least this one, yeah? Like,
yeah.
Should be stopping everything. Okay, wow. We are close to finishing our session for the day then. So what do we have? Let's see from the multi-board view. And D5 is already on the board. Okay, without A7. Okay, this is good enough. So we have quite an interesting draw between Ian versus Pragnananda. I thought it was going to finish early, but turns out Pragnananda was in a fighting spirit to try to keep playing. But there's nothing that's really putting Ian into problem, and they agreed for a draw. Hikaru played a very good preparation game against Alireza, and Alireza also eventually resigned without prolonging the suffering. And Abbasov versus Gukash, it was a very interesting preparation by Gukash, and he managed to get his knight out from h7 to f8, and yeah, in the endgame he just won a bunch of pawns and Abbasov resigned. And the only game that's still playing is between Fabiano versus FIDE, and looks like Fabiano is enjoying his advantage right now, and we are very close to ending this, not ending this position, ending this game. So king a7 is on the board, and rook takes d8, and here again you have to watch out of this, but thankfully having the knight in the center will be able to shield the king from any checks in the future. Do you think FIDE will call it a knight here, or whether he will try to continue with rook f2 and queen h2?
I think it's time to throw in the towel.
I agree.
Yes, I agree. That's the only thing that you can try. And then yeah, we see from the time situation as well, I think apparently yes, FIDE has resigned, and therefore Fabiano is on the clear fourth, just half a point from the leaders. So yeah, it's pretty much the
Wow.
same right now, except the points. Ian, Gukesh, Hikaru, they'll be on the top 3, and then Fabiano will be tailing behind, just half a point less than them. And then Pragnananda also will be on the clear 5th with 6. And yes, the rest of the field will not change. So it's been quite interesting again, as always, both in the open and women's section. Very interesting turnaround of events in a few games. And also, yeah, it's a great win by Faishali, a great prep by Salimova, but unfortunately she couldn't convert it into victory. Felix, what's been your most favorite moment in this round so far?
Yeah, I loved how Salimova outplayed her opponent. She really played a fantastic game, and it's such a pity that in the end she wasn't able to convert it. But overall, it was really a fantastic game, and she played on such a high level. So that game was definitely very special. And I also really liked Fabi's game, how he created from such a small advantage as we saw in the beginning. We were thinking it's close to equal.
Yes.
But then he created chances, and yeah, it was also a great game. I really liked it.
So are you going to also feature the Salimova's game to your upcoming courses?
I already recorded it, so
Oh, you already
unfortunately,
recorded it, I see.
yeah, but otherwise it would have been included for sure.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Laura? What is your most favorite moment in round 12?
Well, my most favorite moment is that there were 3 French defenses on the board today. Even though if 2 of them were exchange French, but okay, let's forget about it. And I think the game between Hikaru and Alireza was fireworks throughout the whole game, and I love fireworks on the board. And finally, like, there was a clash of 2 players, and they both showed their style. Hikaru won, and he's now leading the tournament, which is he's in better shape, let's be honest, than Alireza here. But yeah, I really enjoyed the game. How about you, Irene?
Oh, for me, I think it's I like the Salimova game. It's very clean. But yeah, it's just a matter of technique in the end. I mean, maybe she was in time trouble. That's why she couldn't convert the advantage. But it's definitely going to be in my personal database on how to handle the position both as white and as black. And the complication of the game between Hikaru versus Alireza is really, really interesting as well. There's so many nuances and understanding in the position that complement the game, the whole complexion of the game. And Fabiano's game is very clean too. Like, he showed his level of playing, right? That he didn't. I think starting from move 1 until the end, there's no point where FIDE is a bit better anyway. So it's always like either it's equal or white was always controlling, and then eventually white won. So those 3 games I think are definitely quite memorable for me on round number 12. And the thing is, after this round 12, anything can still happen, especially in the open section. Yeah, 3 leaders. We have 3 leaders, and also we have Fabiano tailing very, very close behind. Everything can still happen. And with the 2 remaining games, just a quick question to Felix. Who do you think will win the candidates?
So in the open section, I think Hikaru is now in a great spot. He really showed some great chess in the last few rounds, but Gukesh as well, and obviously we cannot forget Nepo. So it's impossible to answer. But yeah, my personal favorite now would be Nakamura. Like, he seems very relaxed always in the interviews. Like, he doesn't have that much pressure, so that definitely helps. And yeah, that's why he would be my pick. And in the women's section, it would be Tan Zhongyi now with the lead, and yeah, she's been able to save some incredible games now, and yeah, she definitely has the momentum.
Yep. And what about you, Laura?
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, now that you said Hikaru, I just imagined a match Hikaru versus Ding. And that would be like the most expressive player versus a poker player,
Yes,
kind of, yeah?
yes.
So
Totally,
it would be very funny to watch that. But Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, I would think I would like to see Hikaru. He's in his prime now. Like I think he's relaxed. He doesn't care much about his classical score, and maybe that's why he's performing so well. And I would love to see that match actually. And the women's section, yeah. Also, I think I cheer for Tan just to see the different kind of world championship match next year.
Yeah.
Eh,
Yeah, this really
you as
there's
well?
yeah, I mean it's gonna be hard to pick one, right? But
Yeah.
even though I think Hikaru is going to win it, but again, Nepal is very experienced. I mean, he's handling the tournament situation, I think, even better than other players. But also Gukesh, it's quite unpredictable too. Like he might actually, you know, he's still young,
Yeah.
very young, the youngest participant in this tournament, and he might be, you know, having this spirit on, oh, I'm actually 2 wins away, let's say, to be the challenger of the world champion, and maybe one day I can be the world champion myself. So it's you never know. And also we have Fabiano. He's also very experienced. He has won one of the candidates, so he's also, you know, out of these 3, he's also a very tough contender. And in the women's section, yeah, Tanzania looks like she's going to win the whole event anyway. She's just so much ahead than other players apart from Litinje. So I cannot choose actually between Tanzania or Litinje, but I think I'm rooting for Litinje, even though I'm thinking maybe Tanzania will win this event. So we'll see.
Yeah.
2 more rounds. I think all the players that in the contestation for the champion will be give it all. Everything is at stakes right now. It's going to be even more interesting. And tomorrow is the rest day for all the players, and I think it is a very well deserved rest day as well, because the last 2 rounds will be deciding everything. This is going to be deciding their fate of their career in the chess world, because they might be emerge as the winners and maybe challenging the world champion. So we will be back 2 days from now, because tomorrow is a rest day. We'll be back on the following day. It's been a pleasure once again, Felix, to be commentating with you. We like having you on our stream a lot, and I wish you the best in your future endeavor. And thanks to you too, Laura, for your amazing expertise and in the commentary. So it's always a joyful.
Thank you, Irene. I would just briefly like to say, since it's probably my last day commenting this event, it was a pleasure with you guys for being such great commentators, and obviously also to the audience, to the viewers.
Yes.
Thank you for being such a great community, and yeah, thank you to you guys.
Yes. Laura, any last words before entering the rest day? We finally have a rest day again.
Oh, finally. Honestly, yesterday's games were exhausting. Today's games were exhausting, mostly for the players, thankfully not for us. But of course, as we analyze all the games, it is tiring. And of course, it's late everywhere we are. So yeah, Felix, it was so great having you. I enjoyed your commentary, and especially your opening expertise and your strategic expertise, because I lack that for sure.
Thank you. You're
So,
flattering me.
no, it was great. I loved it. And I saw some chat comments that we make great dynamic as a trio. So I was like, oh, that's great.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So yeah, hope to see you back here.
Yes.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, I hope to be working with you too again, Felix, in the future. So yeah, thanks to the chat, very, very great supports as well. And thanks to the production team too, all the graphic designers and who is behind the scene of the stream. So thank you, Laura.
Yes, so thank you all for being here. See you back in 2 days, same time, same place for round 13. So good night, good evening, wherever you are, good morning. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.